Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, final thoughts before we get out of here today, brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Enjoyed it again this weekend out by the pool.
Locally owned and operated. You know one thing Lionel Richie doesn't have? A vodka company. Charles Barkley does.
That's right.
That's a great point. Yep.
Didn't think about that. Hey, he is one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Pick up bottles today.
1 month from today, we are in Atlanta, Georgia for SEC Media Days.
It's crazy. We talked about last week when Lance was gone how years ago it seemed like summer dragged by, getting from the end of whatever we wanted to watch in sports to college football season. And it motors by now.
It really does. And just think about it. Not next Monday, not the Monday after that, or the Monday after that. But the Monday after that,
as you said,
we'll be in Atlanta.
So is that the way that works? So it's 4 full weeks.
Yeah.
It's a month. Okay.
Yeah, July 18th.
Yeah.
So that's how it'll be, man.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
And then, I mean, you really feel like even though you're more than a month from football season at that point, you feel like you've made it at that point.
Camps are starting to open at that point.
Yeah, they open shortly after that. Yeah.
You get to see the old, they're out in helmets today, then they're in shells.
Yep.
Right.
It's hot. It's hot.
Yeah.
Poor me's. Everybody got the poor me's out there.
And then it's football season, man. Then we get some injuries in camp.
I'll take any of it. Like I just saw today, I don't know why people care, but West Virginia was showing the uniform they're going to wear in the backyard brawl. And I was watching that. I was looking at that thinking that's the first Thursday night.
Yep. Thursday night after week zero.
After week zero.
Week zero, we'll get a little Northwestern Nebraska, a little Vandy, Hawaii late night, 9:30 kick on the CBS Sports Network for Vandy and Hawaii. And then we flip it around to that Thursday night where the football kicks off, and then 2 really good games that night. Penn State on the road in West Lafayette against Purdue, and Pitt and West Virginia, and the renewal of the backyard brawl on that Thursday, and then we're off and rolling, boys.
How did those unis look?
It looked like West Virginia's white road uniform. That's why I couldn't figure out why everybody was making a big deal about it. They was just white on white.
No, Goose, the CFL's already rolling, man.
I watched some the other night.
I did too. I watched a little of the Edmonton and whoever they were playing game.
I was watching Montreal-Toronto. It was last Thursday night, and they were all, no joke, the announcers were all fired up because Adam Hadwin was leading the U.S. Open. He's Canadian.
Oh.
And they were talking about throughout the whole game. They were, Adam Hadwin tomorrow.
Well, I was flipping through, and it was on one of the ESPNs, and I was like, I wonder if this is their preseason. Or I wonder if it's opening night. It's week two.
I missed opening night and preseason. I had no idea it even started yet.
Me too. I used to. Well, thank you to the USFL. I'm sure that has football fix of not having the CFL.
All right, so Scott's showing the West Virginia uniform. There it is. I mean, that's just their white roadie, right?
Their backyard brawl uni that they'll be wearing.
Oh, the helmet's
I guess
new.
the helmet
different.
being white.
They've had white helmet before, but they haven't had that logo on it.
Yeah, that's an old school logo. I like that.
Yeah.
West Virginia. On the road at Pittsburgh, I assume, if they're in the road.
I think it's in Heinz Field. Yeah, the renewal of the backyard brawl.
Hey, the numbers, though, have got like something on it, like
it's a map, a road map, maybe.
I don't know.
It's a backyard brawl.
I don't know. I mean, gosh, if they played tonight, man, I'd watch every single second of it.
I'll watch every single second that day, too.
Yeah.
Looking forward to football season. Looking forward to being in Atlanta. Coming up 1 month from today with our specialty shows and our usual show from over there. Should be a whole lot of fun. We'll tell you about more exciting stuff that we've got planned for football season when we get to that point. But our 40 and 40 starts a week from Thursday, and we're excited about that. All those mile markers on the road to the college football season. Thank you, Chip Carey. Thank you, Jason Caldwell. It is time to go baseballing with the Auburn Tigers. Here in the top of the hour, Auburn trying to stay alive against Stanford. Winner advances, or at least stays alive. The loser goes home like the Texas Longhorns. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Boy, the SEC flexing their muscle out in Omaha, and it was Auburn that got it done yesterday, trailing 2-0 for most of the game until the 6th inning when the bats woke up, and that pitching staff continues to get the job done. 6-2, a win over Stanford. First time I believe Auburn ever beat Stanford at the College World Series, and they advance now to play another SEC team in Arkansas, who got it handed to them by Ole Miss last night, an elimination game tonight at 6 o'clock. Big day for Auburn, historic day for Butch Thompson's program as he finally gets a win in Omaha.
Well, their first win in 25 years in Omaha, and Stanford, the first time in their history, 17 College World Series appearances, first time they've never won a game. So big names already bounced in Texas and Stanford, but you know, Auburn down 2-0 early on. We were still up here in the studios talking about these bats just can't get going. And, boy, Cole Foster comes through in the clutch.
Yeah, a guy who had left the game the night before with a stomach virus, and now they're battling that stomach bug, and he comes out there and gets that big bases-clearing double there, and that's all that pitching staff needed. That continues to be the story. We said this after the Ole Miss game. We talked about it yesterday when you had a situation where you only allow Ole Miss to score 5 runs. They got 13, by the way, on Arkansas last night. You held Ole Miss to 5. With these bats in Omaha, it seems like 5 should be a good enough number. You win the game.
Yeah, you would think so.
You didn't get the bats. Yesterday, you allow 2 early, and then that pitching staff shuts them down the rest of the way. Stanford's one of the more powerful offenses in college baseball. Now they're going home, I think, thanks to that pitching staff.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the bullpen for Auburn saved them in Corvallis, basically, and extended their season yesterday. I mean, there is no doubt who the best team in Omaha is right now, though. And if you're Auburn, that's the hill you got to climb. Now you got to beat Arkansas, and you're going to have to beat the best team in Omaha twice.
So you think Ole Miss is better than the other side of the bracket right now?
You tell me.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's playing better than Ole Miss.
I mean,
watching them again last night.
They're pitching well. They are ripping the cover off the baseball right now.
They are. Elko into the wind last night, hits one 400 plus feet. That's a challenge to get to. But what happened with Arkansas yesterday, their coach did something that, may come back to either hurt or help Auburn today. They went with a surprising starter and didn't go with a guy that I think the Arkansas media was expecting, Will McIntyre, to get the start against Auburn. That's usually the guy they roll out next, I think, according to the Arkansas guys. And they didn't start that guy. They went with, I think, a lefty. And they were surprised by that. So that means McIntyre, the likely starter today, though Van Horn didn't make a commitment. So it's 6 o'clock tonight. ESPN2 if you're looking for it for Auburn. Butch Thompson, after the game last night, on finally getting the bats going in the 6th inning, took a little dramatic issues and interference and all that in the 5th inning, things getting off the rails before Auburn got things on the rails.
We're just at a stage, that was – I think we traveled a bunch, 5,000 miles, and quick turnaround for us. And I just want us to get our feet back underneath us. But more importantly, I want us to, man, if you leave here, my job is to keep a group of players and coaches to leave with no regrets. Just let it hang out. What are we going to do? Screw something up or make a mistake? And I want them to attack as much as they can. I think Dan Gable, I said it, attack 3 times. He wouldn't say it once. Dan Gable will go attack, attack, attack. And I want them to go out that way. And it's not always going to be perfect, but I just don't want to sit there for 9 innings and us just have at bats. And so that's why I'm trying to make a deal out of that. I kind of asked for it. So anything that looks dumb, it's always my fault anyway. So I might as well go ahead and call it out and get them stirred up a little bit. And I do. I think the 5th inning led to a chance in the 6th.
Yeah, and it did, and it opened things up. And now you just wonder if Auburn plays with a little house money now. They got that win under their belt.
I found it interesting, Brown, you brought up the fact that only 4 teams have lost their first game and gone on to win over the last 40 years in the College World Series.
Yep.
Well, Butch reached out to 2 of those coaches that have done it. Pat Casey's done it twice at Oregon State, and he reached out to Ray Tanner at South Carolina. And Ray Tanner said, let it all hang out.
Yeah, what do you have to lose at this point, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. Get aggressive
Well,
and play to win.
Yeah, and that's why he was talking about, they did the double still and it got completely blown up. The bunt, I mean, it was just kind of a disaster. And you're like, this Auburn team seems like, at that point, if you're watching the game based on all the information you had, you're like, this Auburn team has panicked and they're out of sorts right now. And then as he said, all it took was one good inning, and you feel totally different about it.
Keep an eye on Cole Foster tonight. No media availability afterwards, and he was the star of the game, but the Auburn sports information people were apologizing that he wouldn't be available in Omaha or for the Zoom post-game treatment. But I'm told that it wasn't really an injury. They were dealing with fluids, getting his...
Yeah, there was a dehydration issue already. Yeah.
Getting his fluids back after the stomach virus that he was battling through.
Hydra Live was live on set.
They need to be, man. They need
our
them
girl
an IV.
Summer was there, right?
Yeah. You asked that question of Jason Caldwell inside the Auburn Tigers magazine, who joined us yesterday, that Butch kind of alluded to. Traveling, like, I never know, I don't know how to do this, obviously, but you wonder if, in hindsight, Butch Thompson and Auburn wishes they had just packed for 3 weeks and going Corvallis to Omaha.
Yeah.
I mean, in hindsight, now look, hindsight is, as Pat Dye once famously said, hindsight's 50-50.
Yeah.
So anybody can see things in hindsight, but coming all the way back to Auburn, then turning right around and going back to Omaha was a lot of travel.
Yeah, but Bobby's talking about where the hotel was, too, when the Corvallis Regional was an hour away.
That's right.
70 miles away. So just in those 3 games,
Yeah,
you were back and forth, back and forth.
2 hours of travel every day, then you fly back to Auburn.
Yep.
You're in Auburn for a minute, and you fly to Omaha.
As Jason said yesterday, they were in Auburn for 15 hours, he says.
Yeah.
And to me, that's when you probably should have flown from Corvallis to Omaha.
And you can also use it, again, the next college baseball game I coach will be my first one, but you can also potentially use it as motivation. Like, guys, we're packing for 3 weeks because we are not coming back to Auburn. When we leave for Corvallis, we're not coming back to Auburn until we come back with that trophy from Omaha. So you bring whatever you need for the next 3 weeks because this is where we're going.
Yeah,
Corvallis
we've heard
to
that
Omaha.
before.
Yep. Alabama basketball did it back in the day under Wimp. Wimp could talk about this tomorrow, but the year they played Loyola Marymount, their first 2 games are out on the West Coast. And they just packed and said, we're staying out there. We're not flying back to Tuscaloosa. And why would we do that?
So with Auburn bouncing Stanford, what this means now is that the SEC will have at least one team in the championship series. Texas A&M still alive on the other side. They play 1 o'clock this afternoon against Notre Dame. But Arkansas-Auburn today, winner gets Ole Miss and has to beat them twice. But either Ole Miss and the winner of Arkansas-Auburn will be in the championship series. That's now 13 of the last 14 years that the SEC has had a team in that championship series.
I would say 13 of the last 14 years, the SEC's had at least 2 teams in the field, though, right? I mean, it seems like every year it's at least half the field.
Yeah. And then, again, we've talked about this. When you scan this year's field and see Oklahoma, Texas, future SEC teams, you were going when we discussed this. It may affect baseball more than any sport in the conference, the addition of Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah, maybe so.
I mean, if you look at Omaha right now,
I still say it's softball. Those 2 teams played for the national championship, and Oklahoma is like the beast of softball.
No, I get it. But if we're talking money sports, well, I guess baseball is not really a money sport.
Well,
either.
the College World Series, I think, makes a profit. I don't know if baseball teams make a profit.
But I would agree with you. I mean, when you look at this conference, top to bottom, the deepest sport is probably
if
baseball.
I scan Omaha right now and I see 4 SEC teams, and oh, by the way, not only do I have 4 SEC teams, the number 1 team in the nation got upset is the only reason they're not there. Notre Dame is. And I also see Oklahoma and Texas. If I'm the rest of the baseball playing world in college, I'm like, this SEC deal is real.
I'm still amazed that Tennessee's not in this.
It is crazy.
Omaha.
Because, in football, done away. In football, you know what your concern is in football, you always say. They'll beat each other up. That's not a concern in baseball. It's a 64-team tournament.
Speaking of Tennessee is in Omaha. Forrester, can you give me a little social media? Side of the road here. That is a pool full of volunteers, Tears. SEC fans having fun with Tennessee out in Omaha. Anybody want any volunteers? Tears?
They went all out on it too. We're like, let's get an igloo. We'll paint on the side, little black electrical tape.
Y'all might have talked about this tweet, and I don't know who sent it, but last week somebody said pulling for Tennessee because then they're in the SEC is like pulling for the devil because he's in the Bible.
Yeah. It's always good. Always
That
good.
is good.
I thought that was pretty
That
good.
is good. I like it.
Our friends at Odie's bringing the show. We got a big college football thing that happened yesterday that is going to make some people scratch their heads. And LT wasn't here when the first part of this happened last week, so interesting to get his reaction after he tells us about Odie's.
It is a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Remember, tomorrow night we will be back. Odie's Team Trivia. It starts at 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy this great weather. Sit out on that patio. Enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Some people have him as the top running back recruit. Some have him as the second best running back recruit. But Reuben Owens II yesterday followed the path of every elite great recruit in college football. Not. He picked Louisville. He's going to Louisville. Now, you say, did he play at one of those great Kentucky, Louisville area high schools? No. He's from El Campo, Texas. One-time Texas commitment who decommitted back in earlier this summer, and now he picks Louisville yesterday. You'll remember last week, Brown, when I told you that the number 2 wide receiver in the class for next year, 4-star DeAndre Moore Jr. from California, picked Louisville. So there's Louisville ringing the bell twice in recruiting.
All right, so here I'll just go ahead. I'm going to say what we're all thinking, and I am going to say that coaches are going to get pissy about this when this gets brought up because it insinuates, they will say, that we don't have a fine institution and my staff can't recruit. But when I see these stories now, and it is perfectly legal. Used to, you would see these stories and say, whoa, Louisville's got out the checkbook. Now you see these stories and you're like, Louisville's collective has got out the checkbook.
And that's what's happening here. And look, if you're Scott Satterfield, good for you. You found a way to at least funnel these guys into the program now, because a guy that built Appalachian State and had a lot of success there, in his 3 years at Louisville, he hasn't done much. I mean, this guy is 18-19 overall.
I feel like he's a hot seat guy.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
First year was the best year, right?
First year was the best year. 8-5, 4-7, 6-7.
Because he exceeded expectations because he took over for Petrino, right?
Yeah, and everybody had talked about what a garbage situation it was where players weren't even allowed to come into the office. But when you get a guy that, in just reading this guy's numbers, I didn't know anything about him, but last year alone had right at 3,000 rushing yards, 46 touchdowns, and averaged over 12 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Once ago, he said to the road less traveled.
I mean, at some point, these coaches are just going to have to embrace the fact that this is legal, and it's going to be okay to say, our collective,
Yeah. Well, that's what it is, and that's
there's no doubt.
That's the topic I wrote down here. Will there be bitching and moaning from people about Louisville getting big recruits, or do you just put on your big boy pants and you say, okay, we've got to go spend more money than Louisville is spending in this situation? That's what's got to happen.
Here's the way I would equate this now. We used to talk about one of the main keys to recruiting was facilities. Mm-hmm. Well, one of the main keys to recruiting now is the collective.
Correct.
And it's no different. Money's money.
We don't have a great indoor facility. We got a hell of a collective, though.
Right.
And they got deep pockets.
Now, you're going to practice in the rain, but you're going to get in your McLaren and drive back to your dorm after practice.
And you know what? I'd be okay with that.
That's right. I'll dry off.
That is the key now, right? Because if you're Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas A&M, whomever has been good at recruiting in recent years, for whatever reason, you've had the advantage in recruiting, whether it's facilities, the ability to have great, sports medicine things, all of it, exposure, get your guys to the NFL, all of that. Well, now the collectives are another layer of that. So if you're Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, you have to get into the collective game and get into the spending game, right? You've been spending money on these other things that have helped you in recruiting. Now you've got to outbid the Louisvilles and the Tennessees of the world, Texas A&Ms of the world, to keep where you are. And this is all the things Nick Saban was talking about on that night down at the Finnick in downtown Birmingham.
Personally, I love it just because I think it is going to cause for more parity in college football. I do think that there should be some parameters. I think you should, before this guy, Reuben Owens, and he might end up being, the next Earl Campbell. I don't know. And I don't know why I threw out Earl Campbell.
Because it was a Texas guy, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. But I do think these guys should have a limited amount that they can get before they come in. And then once you get in,
I understand
you
that.
got to be able to earn it.
But all that does is open the door to cheating.
That's right. Anytime you set parameters, people just figure out how to get around the parameters.
So
in
I'm
any aspect of life. That's not just college coaching.
If you say $100,000, then I'm going to say, well, here's your legal $100,000, and if you pick us,
That's right.
here's your illegal.
The best way to do this
$100,000.
is remove all parameters.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
right.
Look, as long as you're transparent about it, because I want to see what these guys are getting. I would love to see
I would
Reuben
too.
Owens got this.
I would too. I would love to see it. And yeah, but the other part of this too is you said he was committed where, Dunaway, before he went to Louisville?
He was at Texas.
I know. That's the surprising part about this, because don't you view Texas as the one that would have unlimited NIL
we
money?
can match. Okay, so what's
Yeah.
Louisville giving you?
Yeah.
We'll do that and 10%.
Yeah, that's right. Just add 10% and let's go.
It's not signing day unless he has signed any collective papers, and that's the realm of this I'm looking forward to is, like the kid who's coming to Tennessee from California, the quarterback who's got anywhere between $0 and $8 million, depending on who you read. It's not signing day for him yet. Is he committed to Tennessee? Has he signed paperwork for that money he's getting from that collective? Is there, a signature by him and his legal guardians that has him contractually obligated to Tennessee? Because he hasn't signed scholarship papers yet, because you can't do that yet.
I don't know about you guys, but if I had a 16 or 17-year-old that was already being recruited heavily, I'd already start talking to representation.
Yep.
I mean,
that's
look,
legal.
Yeah, this money has gotten so big. I tell you, Rick Pitino, going back to Louisville, missed his window, because it seems like now with the Wild West, he could have legally run a whorehouse.
He could have, yes.
I think legally being a key word in that sentence for Rick Pitino. But, I mean, I'm with you in what you just said about if I was advising a player's parent, I would at least go get an attorney. I mean, an attorney is an agent, however you want to label it. But I would at least get an attorney so my kid doesn't get, and I don't get taken advantage of.
Well, the minimum are 6-figure deals now. I mean, a lot of these guys are getting 7-figure deals.
Yeah, and again, our representation represents a lot of college football coaches, right? And one of the things they taught us was you'll always run into people that don't want to deal with agents. They just want to negotiate with you. Why? Because they negotiate hundreds of contracts. How many do you negotiate? 0. So they've always got the advantage. And that's the thing with these business people that run these collectives. They're constantly negotiating business deals. How many business deals has that father of a high school football player negotiated? Chances are 0. So you want to make sure not just that you maximize what you get, but that legally you're taken care of. I'm not doing anything that gets me in any sort of legal trouble. So that would be my advice.
This business is going to get so big, you're going to get some agents that are going to get interested, but you've got such a conflict of interest. We talk about Jimmy Sexton pairing his coaches against each other to get that leverage.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if you had a Jimmy Sexton representing a Reuben Owens? How pissed would another coach be if you actually directed him towards a school?
Mm-hmm. Because let's say it was down to Alabama and Texas. I think Sexton has both Sark and Saban.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or it was Alabama and Texas A&M. I know Sexton's got both Fisher and Saban. So how does he operate in that situation? And, most agents will say, look, I just advise them to take the deal that they want. All I'm here doing is saying, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. I'm not telling them where to go.
I think the guys we know probably wouldn't even touch this.
Yeah. I would say this, though, for our listeners and viewers, the people that tune in every day, there will be some angst among Alabama fans. I don't know if Alabama was interested in Reuben Owens II, but he was highly thought of. I guarantee you some of our viewers and listeners who are SEC fans, your school wanted him. Maybe Alabama did, maybe Georgia did, maybe Auburn did. Maybe Texas A&M did, but he's going to Louisville, and a lot of you will be uncomfortable with that, which is why I brought it up. But it just shows that it's the spending now that matters instead of having the coolest. What was it? The after practice treatment pool with the waterfall in Tuscaloosa a decade ago,
right?
15 years ago now it seems like. This is the new waterfall pool in the practice area.
Lance is right. This is the old indoor facility. Used to the indoor facility was a cell, the water football, the smoothie bar, the slide at Clemson. like you said, it's all money. All of that was money. It's just where the money was invested, and you could invest it legally in the players then. So you invested it in facilities to show the players, look at all of this.
Well, you know what it might be now? Rockstar, help me out. Was it DuckTales with the Scrooge McDuck that laid in the money?
Yeah, DuckTales, man.
Swimming in the gold coins.
Yeah, swimming in the gold
Yeah.
coins. I don't know if you could get us that image, but that could be like one of the separate rooms now. That you've got a waterfall, but you've just got a room full of gold.
But it's going to be a little bit like the NFL. Was it Roman Harper it was Roman Harper that was on the show, and he's like, it was going from Alabama to the NFL. I was shocked at the facilities in the NFL because it's not about facilities there.
That's right.
You need what you need to get the job done. But you know what sells in the NFL is we're going to pay you X amount of dollars over X amount of years. That's what sells in the NFL.
And they have a draft, so you have to go to that team. And you have a contract.
Yeah.
You have to stay there for 4 years.
So colleges will never get out of the arms race. This is what college football is going to look like.
Instead of a slide at Clemson, this is what, hey, recruit, you want to take a dive into our money or gold pit?
Inside Louisville recruiting right now.
Yes. Scrooge McDuck.
Doesn't look like a cardinal. Looks like a duck.
That seems like that would hurt, though, right? You want to
Yeah,
go pile of
first
gold?
to
Break
gold.
some bones.
Yeah. I mean, I'd give it a whirl.
There's your video today, Lunsford, you can work on. Go get that image of that little snippet. Get a gif of that duck jumping in and put a cardinal head on it and send it out. Everybody looking at Louisville. And that'll go
Tag
viral.
Lane Kiffin and see what he says.
But real quick, I don't think schools will get out of the arms race on facilities. They'll still do that because, as you said, there is no draft.
That's right.
But it has decreased in importance for sure. I mean, there's no doubt that now it is more about what I can get personally versus what the facilities are.
All right, there's the GIF. Show us that. That's what you got, Lunsford. Work on that. Have it by the end of the show.
I love him spitting out the gold coins.
Get a Louisville head on that, a Cardinal head on that. Yeah, it'll go viral today.
And quickly on Scott Satterfield, the other thing I mentioned, he's on the hot seat. When those fans look across the state and see what Stoops is doing at Kentucky, historically, I would say worse football program than Louisville, historically, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, and you look at that and you're like, why are we not doing that? He's in the SEC. It's actually harder on him.
Yeah, I don't know historically, but last 20, 25 years.
Yeah. All right. So there's our opening segment brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill. We'll tell you what's coming up after LT tells us about those great folks who will help you with your heating, cooling, and plumbing.
Awesome guys. Look, since 1954, it is the name Birmingham has trusted. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right. First time, always at a fair price. Again, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Clay Travis is with us at 10. Andy Staples from The Athletic slides in here at 10:25. And then the voice of the Auburn Tigers from Omaha. Auburn not done yet, and Andy Burcham joins us at 11 o'clock to start the final half of the show. When we come back, some movement in golf that has some interest on two fronts. We'll get to that and some more college football news, including a nice recruit for Alabama and Georgia. It's all straight ahead on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new.
Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our buddy Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing, ready to help you out right now as we, I don't know when it's going to rain again. It seems like it's a pretty dry week coming up, so it's a great time to get that roof inspected before another rainy session starts back up. Greg from Pell City can hook you up right now, and he's been doing it for over 20 years here locally. Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned, and Greg Nelson and his wife now own the company. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They don't give those out, do they, Brownie? You have to earn
That's
the
right.
A-plus rating, and Greg and his staff has done that for years. It starts with working great with the insurance companies. You know, your insurance folks will come out and inspect any damage, or if you need roof or replacement or anything like that, the insurance companies make sure that everything is done right, and they trust Greg to get it done right. And he also has great warranties. You can see Greg on Facebook. Great place to contact him. Just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and he'll take care of you there. Or you can call this number for a free, no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Get that free, no-cost inspection right now and check out your roof. Auburn baseball in action tonight at 6. First game is Texas A&M Notre Dame at 1 o'clock. Then Arkansas and Auburn at 6. It's elimination day. Losers of those games go home. The winners move on to play either Oklahoma or Ole Miss, depending on the early game or the late game. could be the Rebels and then the Auburn Tigers in a rematch if Auburn can get the W tonight. We'll talk to Andy Burcham about that at 11 o'clock. Yesterday, though, in recruiting college football, a couple of four-star commitments that didn't go to Louisville. Four-star offensive tackle Wilkin Formby from over in Northridge picked Alabama over Oklahoma, Ole Miss, and Tennessee.
Yeah, I have actually, this is the most random encounter ever, but my daughter toured Ole Miss, and we stayed at the Graduate, which is, I think that's the original Graduate in Oxford, but it's right there on campus. And I was in the lobby waiting on my wife and my daughter to come down from our room, and the elevator opened, and this massive human being walked off, and I'm like, immediately, Ole Miss recruit. And my wife is like, that kid's there visiting Ole Miss. I talked to his dad in the elevator. They're from Alabama.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, so I didn't know his name. So I immediately text Neil McCready, and I'm like, hey, some kid staying in the Graduate. He goes, oh, yeah, it's Wilson Formby. Massive human. And seemed like a nice kid. I mean, it was a brief encounter, but I told my wife then, I was like, that's interesting. You may have a little recruiting scoop here. So I've been watching this kid. So it's I can tell you, I don't know if he can play. He's big.
They had him up at a nice hotel, though, right?
Yeah, the Graduate, man. That's a nice place to stay.
Four-star linebacker C.J. Allen picks Georgia over Auburn and Tennessee. That's your recruiting news from yesterday. The Football Coaches Association and some of the Power 5 ADs are getting together this week. Transfer windows and expansions are part of the conversation. Park City, Utah, good place to go this time of year.
Park City, Utah, I've only been this time of year.
Yeah.
And it's really cool, yeah.
Really cool to be there.
We had some friends that moved there recently.
Yeah, so that's where they'll be gathering a little bit later on this week. Gathering in the Live Tour. It's been a discussion going on for the past month or so. And another, they call them defectors. I don't know if that's the right word we should be using. We'll call them capitalists. How about this? Another capitalist heading that way. How about Brooks Koepka? No surprise here for you, Brown.
No, not at all. This had been rumored in the golf world for a while, though Brooks Koepka himself had tried to tamp it down. Even last week at the U.S. Open, when he got asked numerous times, and he kept, chiding the media for asking about it because it was putting a black cloud on the U.S. Open. But this has been rumored for quite a while in the golf community just because Brooks Koepka has never been the type that seems to want to play golf all the time. He likes the majors, and really, I think if you talk to Brooks, he would really only want to play in the majors. So when you consider that, A, his brother was already over there playing, and B, this is an opportunity.
He's got a brother?
Yeah, Chase Koepka. Yeah.
Did you not know that?
I didn't know.
He's played in a handful of PGA Tour events, but was on one of the Live Tour golfers.
I think they both played at Florida State.
Yeah.
I'm glad you told me that because I would have screwed up a DraftKings one day, I promise you.
You had C Koepka instead of B Koepka?
I got Chase Koepka.
But either way, I wondered why I got it for $5,500. Either way, Lance, you can't be surprised that a guy like Brooks Koepka is going to take much more money, guaranteed, to play less events.
Okay, well, this money seems unlimited. And if you're Jay Monahan, the PGA commissioner, who is now, starting to say these guys are going to be banned from the PGA Tour, my fear would be the majority of people are going to start coming over here now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Abraham Answer's the next one going, and this is a young player that's got a bright future.
Good young player. And I'll just say this real quick.
Do your popularity.
Okay, well, I was
again.
going to say this real quick. Colin Morikawa, you would put him in that same category,
yeah.
right? He's been heavily rumored, and he said this, to state for the record, once again, you are all absolutely wrong. I've said it since February at Riviera that I'm here to stay on the PGA Tour. Nothing has changed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some cereal to pour in my milk. So that's Colin Morikawa.
Wait, does he pour the milk first?
That's what he said. I've got some cereal to pour in my milk.
Does anybody pour the milk first?
Never. I've never done it.
It's barbaric.
No, do you think if we did a poll question, like 1% would pour the milk?
There's somebody that's going to go against the grain. No,
No. But if he's in bowl number 2, that's all you can do at that point. You pour your cereal in the milk.
Well,
he
now
may
that
have
is
had
true.
a bowl of cereal.
Yeah.
Then he's answering the question. Now I've got to pour some cereal in my milk. I've got milk left over.
Now, he's not Zalatoris-like, but he doesn't look like he eats 2 bowls of cereal.
Maybe that's all he's eating.
Yeah,
Maybe he's fasting.
But he is now strongly on the record against the reports that he's next.
So was DJ.
So was DJ, and so was Brooks Koepka. So, I mean, I'm not saying these guys can't go back, but I'm saying Colin Morikawa today is saying I ain't doing it. You ask a question, Lance, and I'll pull. Oh, no, you ask about the PIP.
do the
Okay.
popularity.
All right, so I'll have to pull it up so I'll get this exactly right. So
You mentioned this last week, but now this changes the dynamics
it
of
does.
it.
But
changes
as you
the
do
numbers
this,
some.
Liv now has signed 8 of the top 50 players in the world.
that is right. But here is where the PGA Tour has got to start getting a little bit concerned. Last year, the PGA Tour launched a thing, and you probably paid zero attention to it, and I don't blame you. It's called the Player Impact Index, basically. So the Player Impact Program, the PIP. The PIP measures your popularity based on Google searches about your name, your social media presence. They've got some other things they factor in there.
So it's almost like a Q rating, right?
Yeah, it's a Q rating. That's what you guys did in TV, right? And they tied money to it. So they said, if you're number one, you're going to get $8 million. So it encouraged you to be more visible, right? So that the PGA Tour was more visible. Well, sit down for this. Tiger Woods was number one, okay?
Shocking.
Yeah, barely even playing was number one. So basically the PGA Tour created yet another way to hand Tiger Woods a check for 6 figures. So number 2 was Phil Mickelson. Where is he right now?
He is at the Liv.
Number 3 was Rory McIlroy. Number 4 was Jordan Spieth. Number 5 was Bryson DeChambeau. Where is he now? Number 6 was Justin Thomas. Number 7 was Dustin Thomas. Liv. Number 8 was Brooks Koepka. Liv. Number 9 was John Rahm. Number 10 was Bubba Watson, who has appeared in Liv promotional videos, which tells you he's probably headed there as well. So this becomes a real big concern for the PGA Tour that 5 of their top 10 are now on the Liv Tour, and number 1 is basically just playing the majors, Tiger Woods. It's all he's doing now. He's not even playing actual PGA Tour events hardly. If at all, he's just playing the majors.
And he's at the end of his career anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably his plan moving forward. So basically, last year, what your own created index said, these are our 10 most popular players on tour. You don't even have 6 of them a year later. I mean, that's alarming if I'm the PGA Tour.
Over the last 3 years, you can make an argument. At one point, Dustin Johnson was the best in the world. Koepka seemed like the best in the world. And DeChambeau, for a minute last year, was playing like the best in the world. And now those guys are with the Liv.
I know.
He's a 4-time major champion. So
Who, Koepka?
Yeah. So that's, I mean, when you have major champions who are still young enough to win majors who are leaving your tour, then those are the drawing cards, what Brown is saying there. If I'm going to watch the Wyndham event in August, or if I'm going to watch the Honda Classic, I want to go see the best golfers in the world who, to me, as an average sports fan, is the major winners. Now you've got a guy who's taking 4 majors with him to the Liv Tour, and he's not going to play in the Fort Worth whatever tournament or the San Diego tournament.
I know back then it was wasn't Paul Tagliabue. Who was it? Pete Rozelle probably in 1984, the commissioner of the NFL. I know he was concerned with the USFL and some of the players they were able to poach. This seems a lot different, though. This seems like this thing has legs.
Yeah, I mean,
because the money in USFL, there was a ceiling to it.
Right.
And the scary part of this, there doesn't seem to be a ceiling to the.
There is
this.
none.
Right. The NFL knew all that did was raise the price of business for the NFL. They had to start paying more for the players, but they knew at some point the USFL didn't have unlimited resources. The PGA Tour can still raise some revenue, go up a little bit, but they don't have the money that appears to be on the other side.
Yeah, it is a concern for the PGA Tour. There is no doubt. Now, they've still got big names, but to your point, Dunaway, your big names left out there. Your 2 biggest are Justin Thomas and Rory McIlroy, and both of them are super dug in on the PGA Tour side. I mean, Rory, it's going to be hard for him to go back based on some of the things he said.
Yeah, but everybody has a price.
They do.
And if I'm the Liv now, I am after everyone.
Well, if they wanted to maybe bury the PGA Tour, those are the 2 guys they would have to pick off. Because to your point, Rory and JT can't play every week. That's part of why guys like Brooks Koepka are doing this. So what would happen is maybe the field that Rory and JT are in, Brooks Koepka and Dustin Johnson are in. So if I'm a guy that's going to this tournament, well, at least I get to see those 2 guys.
Right.
Well, now the weeks Rory and JT don't play, which, by the way, Jack Nicklaus's tournament, the Memorial, one of the best tournaments in the regular tour, Justin Thomas didn't play in. So now those events, you don't have the other guy. Oh, the other guys are in there. Well, the other guys now are on down the list, guys.
Well, the good news is that the other guys are starting to win some of these majors, and I don't know if Matt Fitzpatrick is going to draw you like Brooks Koepka is.
The answer is no to that.
Zalatoris seems to be a guy growing in
He's up and
popularity,
coming,
but will he, drag you out like a a Justin Thomas would early in his career, so probably not.
But
you got to build up these Q ratings with these other guys, and there is some young talent out there. But to your point, where does it stop, and where's the breaking point?
Well, a guy like Scotty Scheffler, and you think about he just broke on, and he is just killing it right now. Had another opportunity to win this past weekend.
He's made $12 million already this year.
Well, I was going to say, as much as Tiger has done for the game and as far as the pools and the money these guys are making, Liv could take this thing the opposite way because you start to pluck off these guys, ratings are going to go this way.
Well,
you're not going to have these pools.
The good news is for the PGA Tour is now this is not, I'm sure there are, if they start getting the issues like you're talking about, Lance, this becomes a problem for them, but they just redid their multimedia rights deal with NBC, CBS, and ESPN. And it's a big one. It's like a $7 billion deal. So they've got I can't remember the exact number on it. It's a 7-year deal. So they got a while before that gets renegotiated. But that's, and to me, this can be a positive for the PGA Tour because anytime something like this happens, it makes you stop and reevaluate. Okay, we've had the monopoly for a while. The monopoly's over. How do we make our brand better? And now they're forced to figure out how to publicize some of the guys you're talking about, right? How do I make Will Zalatoris a star? How do I make, whoever's left behind a star? And maybe they can't do that, but it forces them to have to do it or die.
I think winning majors is what makes you a star in golf, at least to the American public, right? You either got to have a flash in the pan, Bryson DeChambeau, who does something strange and gets everyone talking, or you win majors. I mean, we don't talk about Bubba Watson unless he wins a major, right? We don't talk about probably Brooks Koepka until he wins majors. Just Jordan Spieth is a, just another golfer until he wins a major.
Yeah. Well, I will say this.
Not everybody's Tiger Woods, who we know as a teenager is on his path to being great.
And the interesting thing to watch is Greg Norman has appealed now for these live events to factor into the world golf rankings. And that is key for them because without the world golf rankings, some of these guys won't be able to get into the majors.
That's right.
Unless they go through qualifying. A lot of the majors.
Which is a beast. It's a beast to get through qualifying.
Yeah, it's tough to do. And a lot of these majors are based on the official world golf rankings. If they haven't won a major, Brooks Koepka has, he'll be okay. Phil Mickelson has won them. He'll be okay. But some of these guys that haven't won majors, they won't be able to get into majors. And that opens the door for the guys that have stayed on the PGA Tour that are still getting world golf rankings points to maybe win some of these majors.
As Ashley says, one of our great female listeners up the coastline, it's a tough decision, life-changing money for these guys, yet at what cost? A true deal with the devil. Timmy P says Middle East, Europe, Asia, Australia watching at a minimum as far as the viewership. And then he adds, I need to learn 4 in Arabic.
I don't know how to say that in Arabic. Their next 2 events are here in the United States. You'll only need it in English.
That's right. Portland, is that next?
Yeah, Pumpkin Ridge in Portland. And then they're playing someplace in Bedminster, New Jersey. I think it may not be the Trump course there. I don't know.
Oh, I think it is.
Is it?
I know they're playing on one Trump course.
Okay. Well, that may be it. But those are the next 2 in Portland and New Jersey.
All right. So that is what is happening on the ever-changing landscape of golf and a little college football recruiting, brought to you by our man Dr. B, who is keeping LT at the top of his game. On the other side, we'll talk about the Yankees, who right now are living their best life, and they're handling it to my Tampa Bay Rays. It seems like every other day right now they're playing each other. And the Braves walk one off last night. That's coming up the night in baseball after you tell us about our friend Dr. B.
Hey, if you've been looking in the mirror, you start to see a little hair loss, be preemptive. Make the phone call that I made. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. When I asked around, everyone said, call Dr. B. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over the options, went with the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise, produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Make that call today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And tell Dr. B the next round sent you.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Clay Travis and Andy Staple in the next 2 segments after this. My buddy John, who changed my golf game forever about 4 years ago, he's a big golfer, with a great idea.
What, making you play?
How did he change your golf game? That's what I want to hear.
My grip, I was trying to correct my slice off the tee box, and I was turning my hand the wrong way. He says, "You're turning your hand the wrong way trying to correct
Right,
it."
you're slicing it more.
Yeah, more and more. So
Okay, got it.
Brown never did that for you?
Never, not one time, not one time. That's not the story though.
Okay.
He texts in and he says, "Imagine the ratings now. If we have a Ryder Cup event every year of the LIV golfers versus the PGA Tour golfers, just what the ratings would be of a Ryder Cup style event, LIV versus basically American flag."
Forget U.S. versus Europe. Let's go U.S. versus LIV.
Yeah, it would be PGA versus LIV. That would be very interesting.
Oh, yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
What, do we get Rory?
Yeah, I
The
mean,
PGA Tour, we be in the PGA Tour. So
yeah,
it's not
you
about
couldn't-
the flags anymore.
Yeah, you couldn't do the flag anymore. It'd have to be tour versus tour.
Yeah, PGA Tour versus LIV.
Yeah, but how do you feel about that, Jimmy America?
Well, I know this. I have known John a long time. That's probably his best idea ever.
Well, I would take it replacing the President's Cup, which I've never really bought into.
Right.
So the Ryder Cup is U.S. versus Europe. And well, I'll come back to that. The President's Cup is U.S. versus the rest of the non-European world. This does affect the Ryder Cup, though, because those guys are not getting Ryder Cup points for the events they're playing in. So any guy that goes over there, like the United States, will have, eventually will lose Dustin Johnson and Brooks Koepka from the Ryder Cup team. And, any other good American player that's going, Bubba Watson for whatever that's worth. I don't know if it's much. Mickelson.
Yeah.
All those guys will not get Ryder Cup points.
As Goose says, if you get in bed with murderers and human traffickers, then F them. So he doesn't want them on the American team.
It's what a lot of the tour has said, but so far some guys that have said similar things, once the money has hit the bank account, they're playing for the LIV Tour now.
And again, the problem is if all of these guys defect.
Yeah.
Special night last night in Atlanta after LT tells us about a special group of folks who came out and changed the way his house looks.
Yeah, look, during the pandemic, I not made the mistake. I had plenty of downtime, so I decided to pressure wash driveway, retaining wall. It was an absolute pain in the ass. That's why you need to call our friends at Willie's Pressure Washing. If you need to get your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's. They are able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They have the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes, cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior. It can be a back-breaking chore. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. Blake, Connor, the guys out there do a fantastic job. Tell them the next round sent you, 205-963-2000.
What a special night last night in Atlanta. A walk-off win in the walk-off win in the ninth. 2-1, they end up winning. We'll talk more about what Jock Peterson and the Braves did before that after we talk to Will in Birmingham, who's next with us. Will, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Awesome. You doing all right?
Doing good. I just had kind of a follow-up. I've been following, all this LIV Tour stuff, and I thought or was under the impression that they were not going to be, allowed to play in the PGA events going forward. Am I incorrect?
No, you're accurate. They are indefinitely. It didn't say indefinitely, but there was no term put on the suspension, so it's indefinite. Indefinitely suspended from PGA Tour events. Now, I sense that your question is based on the fact you saw them in the U.S. Open this weekend.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is not an official PGA Tour event. It's confusing to people that don't follow golf as close as some others. The majors are run by other organizations, not the PGA Tour. So, for instance, the U.S. Open is run by the United States Golf Association, the USGA. So they are independent of the PGA Tour. So at this moment, those players can still play in every major, but that could one day change as well.
Got it. Well, that kind of answers my question. So for the more casual golf fan, you're still going to, if you're a big Brooks Koepka fan, you'll probably still see him in majors going forward.
Yeah, I mean, but as I said earlier, one of the issues is currently the LIV events don't get any World Golf points. So some of those guys, Brooks Koepka wouldn't be as affected by this because he's won 4 majors, so that helps him. But some of these guys will not be able to qualify for the majors. So, some of these guys that choose to do this will not be in the majors.
And we'll watch the next few days because the next major is the British Open. And, Brown, you tell me there is a chance that the folks who who run the British Open, could take the first strong stance against the LIV.
Should they decide to, they could, yes. But I don't think they will. I think they'll follow what the USGA did for the U.S. Open, which is why you're making this phone call, because you saw those guys in it. And I think all these majors want another one, I believe, want another major to make the first call on this, right? And then they can fall in line. I think somebody, it's like diving into a pool that's too cold. You want to see somebody else do it first, right?
Yep. And then after the British Open, we get the folks at the Masters will be on the
They'll
clock,
be on
the
the
next
clock.
major,
Yep.
to see if they make that decision. Will, thank you for your call. Jock Peterson gets his ring last night, and just a really cool scene, I thought, of Peterson joking he's going to take the trophy with him. He helped design the ring, and the Braves fans were very appreciative of him last night. A precursor to what we're going to see with Freddie Freeman this weekend, probably.
Yeah, I'd love to get over there Friday. I'm still trying to work that out because I'd love to see the ovation for Freddie. But Jock Peterson gets that ring, comes in, and actually almost goes yard. I don't know if you guys saw that, but wraps around the outside of the foul pole.
Just missed it.
Thought he got it last night. Will Smith and Kenley Jansen were able to pitch out of trouble.
Yep.
And Braves now have won 8 straight at home, 16-2 in June.
Yeah, 2-1 win last night. So the Braves win there, playing really great baseball. In the morning rounds, our top reads at nextroundlive.com. You can get a story from ESPN.com about behind closed-door meetings that sort of changed the Braves season. Garrett Cole almost no-hit the team that gets no-hit more than anybody, the Tampa Bay Rays, last night. But he did have 12 strikeouts, and the Yankees beat Tampa Bay again. 50 wins now for the Yankees as they're off to a start that compares to the great 1998 New York Yankees team. That team's really, really good. When we come back, Clay Travis joins the show. That's brought to you always by our friends at Mortgage Right. There's no company like our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, when it comes to mortgages, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery. Look, if you're landing a mortgage, if it's priority number one when you want to buy a home with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They'll give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations: Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
An announcement about Last Call with Brittany Wagner a little bit later on. Last Call with Last Chance Use Brittany Wagner, when it'll become available. Here's a hint. Today, 1 o'clock.
What's the big announcement later?
Big announcement later on, though.
Okay.
We'll get into that. We've been talking a lot about the Live. Auburn baseball still alive, not done yet. 6-2 win over Stanford. What a great battle back by Trace Bright yesterday, getting 8 strikeouts after giving up a couple of runs. Cole Foster with a big hit. 6 o'clock tonight, Arkansas and Auburn. Auburn won the coin toss last night, so they're the home team. 6 o'clock after the Texas A&M Notre Dame game. ESPN 2, not main ESPN, ESPN 2 tonight for the Auburn Tigers. Part of our show being brought to you by the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Brandy will tell you more about Johnson RV in a second. But on that hotline right now is one hot dude, Clay Travis.
Oh, my God. Clay, I don't even know.
Smoking hot dude, Clay Travis.
That's a little sus, as my kids would say, of an introduction.
It is not suspect at all, Clay. You were up in New York City, man. You and your other guy who does your show, I can't remember his name, Buck somebody, right?
Buck Sexton. My God, that way the start to this interview.
Buck somebody, yeah. So it's been a year, right?
Yeah, I'm down in Atlanta. I was in New York City all last week. I'm now down in Atlanta in the shadows right now of the Truist Park. I'm down here with my kids going to Braves games this week. And then headed to Florida next week. So the positive for what I do is I can kind of work anywhere in the country. In the summer when the kids are out of school, I try to bounce around as best I can to kind of take advantage of that.
Clay with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline at Clay Travis on Twitter and Outkick. I just be honest with you, I don't watch a ton of college baseball. The College World Series normally has a little bit of appeal to me, but with Auburn in it and all the SEC flavor, this Mike Bianco story is kind of crazy, though, Clay. They were ready to fire this guy. I mean, he was on his way out, And if they don't make the tournament and they look like the last team in, he definitely gets fired. They somehow managed to get through the regional. They destroy Southern Miss in the super regional. Now they look like the best team in Omaha. This guy could go in just a couple of weeks from getting fired to winning the national championship. That's a pretty wild story.
Yeah, but it's also baseball, right? I mean, I think it's been since 1999 that the number one overall seed has won the College World Series, which is unprecedented when you consider, for instance, the level of dominance we see in college football in the postseason. The better team almost always wins. When you consider even college basketball, I mean, this would be the equivalent of like the last 12 seed in suddenly getting on a run and not only advancing to the Elite Eight or the Final Four, but potentially winning it, which we almost never see happen, haven't ever seen happen. So I think baseball is just one of those sports. I mean, I'm sitting right by the Atlanta Braves stadium last year. I'm sure they're right now, but I'm sure last year there are a lot of Braves fans who watched that run. Remember, this was a team that until August couldn't get over 500, lost Ronald Acuna for the year, and then boom, they suddenly get white hot and go on and win their first World Series title since 1995. Well, last year was nowhere near the best Braves team since 1995 if you look at the 162-game schedule. But they got hot at the right time, and I think that's certainly what's happening with Ole Miss. And I've said for a while, I really do think the College World Series is probably the most entertaining and least well-marketed sport in America. Because if you look around right now, there's not a lot of great sports, right? If you're a big hockey fan, it seems like they've extended when the Stanley Cup playoffs go on. I would say in general, kind of a mediocre NBA playoffs once you got to the Eastern and Western Conference Finals and even the NBA Finals themselves, by which I mean there weren't a lot of games where it came down to, it didn't feel like hardly any. There's 2 minutes left and either team can win, and there's a lot of pressure-packed possession. And so I think baseball has kind of filled in on that absent area, and certainly for those of us who live in the South, when I think 4 of the final 6 teams are from the SEC. SEC baseball, for people who haven't really jumped on and haven't been paying attention, is the most dominant sport, honestly, that they have in the SEC right now. And the overall environments and fun inside of the ballparks is pretty spectacular, especially for families. It's not particularly expensive. The stadiums are not huge, so everybody can be easily entertained in terms of having good seats. It's just a good experience overall.
As a Tennessee fan, I know there's been moments in football and basketball, but was this the biggest tease job of all time?
Well, they're still really good, right? And I would say we'll see what happens in football this fall. But the men's basketball team is pretty good. They're going to be top 10 again next year. Baseball team should be top 10, top 5, for years to come.
No, that's what I'm asking, though, Clay. I'm asking, was it such a tease job this year? Going into this tournament, I didn't think Tennessee could lose.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. But, I mean, I think that's where you go back and look at the number 1 overall seed hasn't won since 1999, and we could end up with a Final Four of all SEC teams that Tennessee dominated during the course of the regular season, right, by and large. And so I think that would be frustrating, but I think the key with college baseball is you've got to put yourself in a position to win every year. And if you do that, sooner or later, you're going to knock down the door, so to speak, and find a way to win a championship. And so as long as Tony Vitello is there, I think Tennessee will win. It may not be this year when they had the best team, one of the best teams in the history of college baseball, if you look at all the numbers. But again, I think that's the kind of parameters of baseball in general.
I'm interested on your thoughts on Louisville continuing to bring in a big-time football recruit. Last week they had one of the nation's best receivers in recruiting. Now they get one of the nation's best running backs, the receivers from California, the running backs from Texas, and they both choose to go to Louisville. Do you think there's some hierarchy in college football that's griping about this, or is it just a new world?
I don't know what the Louisville NIL program looks like, but anytime you got 5 stars going to places that are not traditional powers, and certainly I would say Texas A&M is way more of a traditional power in general than Louisville would be. And you're talking about playing in the ACC as opposed to playing in the SEC. So my first thought when I see that, look, I haven't poured over the recruiting class rankings or anything, but is that somebody in Louisville, maybe it's a billionaire booster, heck, maybe it's Papa John's, I don't know.
It may have 3 stripes with it.
Louisville,
It may be Adidas.
Who knows? But if it's Adidas, like they theoretically could be involved in a lot of different programs. I tend to think that a lot of what's going on now is billionaire boosters just kind of flexing their muscle. And if that is what is going on, then more power to Louisville. Look, I'm a capitalist, and I think if a lot of the top players start spreading their talent around, honestly, it makes college football way more enjoyable.
Yeah, Lance said that earlier. I mean, the offshoot of this, a lot of people are very uncomfortable with this, but the offshoot of this is that you could have a little more talent spread around. I mean, the game could become a little bit more competitive. I know Alabama fans have loved their run of football here in this state. Do not blame them one bit. But the truth is, Alabama is just lining up opponent after opponent and destroying them for most of the season. They have like one close game. And for the rest of college football watching that loses a little bit of its drama. It's so inevitable with Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State and some of those teams.
Yeah, look, if college football were being run like the NFL, the 5 stars are the equivalent of first-round draft picks, right? 5 stars would go to 30 different teams, 32 different teams, and then everybody would see how exactly they managed to grow with those 32 different teams. Instead, what we've got is most 5 stars right now in college football go to 6 or 7 different teams, stack their talents there, and then make those teams prohibitive favorites in a way that doesn't exist in a normal parity-laden competitive environment. Now, you can argue in the NFL the change that challenges the parity is if you've got a great, really transcendent quarterback, then you kind of break the overall scale. But absent that, there's a lot of parity week to week in the NFL that we don't see in college football. And I tend to think not knowing what the outcome of a game is going to be works overall to the benefit of the sport itself.
So Brooks Koepka onto the Live Golf Series. Now they've got 8 of the top 50. Do you think ultimately the PGA is in trouble?
Yeah, I do. And if I were forecasting in 5 to 10 years down the road, what you typically have when a upstart league arises and proves that it has viability is eventually there's a merger and a sue for peace scenario. I think that's probably where, you think about the AFL and the NFL. I think that's potentially where we could be headed with Live and the PGA Tour is before all is said and done. That's the solution that could make sense going forward.
Yeah.
But that might take 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, I think you're right. The courts are going to end up settling this out. I don't think these guys are going to be permanently banned from the PGA Tour because I don't think the courts are going to support that.
I don't think they're going to be able. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I also think the guys might not care about. I mean, if you're getting paid way more to play less events, isn't that kind of what everybody would want? And if you still get to play, I know you, Brown, are a really big golf fan. But 80% of golf fans watch the majors.
Yes.
And as long as the majors all have the best golfers in the world in them, I don't think that many people care about, the other 25 stops on the PGA Tour or whatever it is, and how that compares to the Live Tour and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. He is Clay Travis. Follow him at Clay Travis on Twitter. See him at Outkick and at Fox. You got something else?
Yeah, one more thing I wanted to ask you, not getting political. How do you think this Brittany Griner thing ends up, though?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mess. And the challenge in general has been that they've encouraged people not to draw attention to it in terms of athletics, media, family members, and everything else. And it seems as if, as this has dragged on, that suggestion to keep it under the radar becomes a less and less of a viable argument. Look, I've always said one of the most terrifying things about going overseas is the idea of being charged with a crime there. Because most Americans don't spend that much time thinking about it, because whether you want to believe it or not, we have the best judicial system in the history of the world. And by and large, you can rest assured that in the United States, you are going to be protected to some degree if you get arrested for a relatively minor violation, for the most part, right? There's all sorts of crazy things that can happen. There's 330 million people here. But I practice law in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which is as close to the third world as you can get in the United States. And I found that a little bit scary in terms of some of the times when I saw people get arrested and what could happen there. And I was always very nervous about the idea of traveling in Latin America or anywhere else like that. And, you know, Americans tend to think rationality and reasonableness win out. And for the most part, they do in our court system. They don't necessarily at all in places like Russia. So I tend to think that she's going to eventually get released because of the power and backing of America. But Ukraine and Russia war is probably put it to the point where there's not a great deal of rapprochement or relationship that exists right now between the United States and Russia. And she managed to catch herself not only violating evidently international law, but also doing it probably at the worst moment for U.S.-Russian relations in 40 years. And so she's caught up in a larger sort of culture and economic conflict that has very little to do with her, but, you know, kind of makes her a pawn in a much bigger chess match.
Yep. Really sad story. Clay, thank you. Have a great time at the Braves games.
All right, will do. Look forward to it. See y'all.
All right, buddy. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget Johnston RV Center right now. You see them in person. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And while you're there, check out those Coachman Clippers and the Alpha Wolf models. Great deals on both those. The Clipper travel trailers starting at just $16,946. You can find an Alpha Wolf there as low as $289 a month with 10% down and approved credit, $275 a month even with 10% down and approved credit. Those Alpha Wolves are terrific. See more for yourself, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
She tried to call her wife, Brittany did. She's been locked up for 4 months, and has not talked to her partner. And
that's sad.
She was trying to make the phone call, and she had 11 opportunities to call. Moscow never patched it through.
So the issue was she was trying to call
a number.
Yeah, she was promised a phone call
through the U.S. Embassy, a number, but it never got patched through.
The issue was not on the U.S. Embassy side.
No.
Again, I have done this. I read the headline, didn't read the story.
Yep.
So the headline I read made it appear that they were asleep at the wheel at the U.S. Embassy. So the call never made it through to the United States. But
the folks at the U.S. Embassy are saying it's on
the Russian
side.
They never patched it through to us, even though she was promised that phone call.
Yeah.
And Clay is right. When you look at the grand scheme of things, a very, very minor infraction. But she has become a pawn in a political game here.
That's right. And it's happened many times throughout history at different times. The hostages in Iran, normal people. I don't forget the number of them. Was it 60, something like that, 40-something hostages for years in 1979 to 80, somewhere around there.
The Argo movie, that's what the tail end of it is. It's a fabulous movie, a true story. The Shepherd says he had a friend that left one round in his bag from a hunting trip in Mexico. Spent a couple of days in prison, had to get $10,000 wired to him to get him out.
Yeah. Yeah, scary time. A lot of people thinking about her. Johnston RV Center. If you're wanting to get out in America and not travel abroad, great way to do that. Our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. I got friends right now who are over in Greece. They were listening yesterday. I don't know if they're up or still up and hanging out in Santorini or whatever. Scary time to be abroad. And I got friends about to head over to Italy. Great trips I want to take one day, but more and more I just appreciate what we have in the U.S. I saw a list on social media. One of you guys that watch us every day had sent it out, and it was like 30 things you need to see while before you leave the earth here in the United States. And I started checking through. And many of these I've seen with you, Brown. Just doing that for Rockstar.
That's what I said. Go ahead, Rockstar.
It is true, though.
Just trying to drag Rockstar back into it.
Fire in.
But I've been to 16 of the 30. You know,
Oh,
like
wow.
Times Square, Golden Gate Bridge was with you.
Yep.
But some of
We
them.
watched the sunset.
So was it all American?
Yeah, it was all in the United
Okay,
States,
I got
continental United States.
Was Salina on there?
Salina was not on there. Yeah,
Ava Maria Grotto up in Coleman?
not on there. Not on there. But it was a good list. I'll see if I can find it a little bit later on. See how many of you guys have gone to.
Dollywood?
Dollywood, not on there. Not on there.
Graceland with an asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, what's Graceland?
Graceland should have been
I
on there.
don't think Graceland
What
was
about
on
the
there.
Great Midwestern Arch that you thought
It
was
was on
overrated?
there. It was on there.
I
overrated.
saw it the other day for the first time, by the way.
That's the first time you'd seen it?
Yep.
Do you think
I
it was
mean,
overrated like Dunaway?
Look, it was. I had no desire to get up in it though.
Yeah.
Boy, Aerial America, seeing that, and when it's zooming up, the what do they call the things that give us the cameras in the USFL now? The
Drone?
drone. There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Bigger than a bread box.
The drone that gets up to the arch, and you can see people peering out the little windows. I was like, my God, I was up in that, scared to death. Now, looking back, that I was up in top of that.
I've always wondered because the structure, how thin it gets at the top.
Yeah.
Does it start from the bottom and take you all the way?
It does, and it's I mean,
Yeah,
you have
how
to
are you
remember it's
seated?
the 1960s design, but you're sitting in a chair, a little cubicle for your family can get in it and close the door, and it's like a tram that goes up like a conveyor belt, and it takes you up, and then you get out at the top, and then you peer out these little portals out over the Mississippi. Then you get in your tram and you go down. I'll show you a picture in the break.
So if it got stuck, would that be an issue?
Well, I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it was a very comfortable space. It was about half the size of our desk. 4 of us could fit in there.
They have a bar card?
They did not. They did not. Always got to have alcohol. Our show also being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. Andy Staples coming up on the other side. Tell us about Nichols, Brandon.
Indeed, Andy is coming right up with us. Talk a little college football and a little cool project he's doing tonight that you might want to participate in. This month at Nichols, the Fight Back Inflation Sale. This June, select apparel, select firearms, camping equipment, and more. 75% off. Yes, 75. That is up to 75% off. If you're looking for some pricing relief, head to Pelham and Nichols Outfitters. Now until the end of the June. It's the Fight Back Inflation Sale at Nichols Outfitters. Andy Staples next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
So many things to talk to the great Andy Staples about here in a second. 67 days from week 0. And I said this last week, and it just seems to be happening even faster this week. The older I get, which is now ancient, it seems like we get from the end of one season to the next season faster. And we'll be in Atlanta 1 month from yesterday for SEC Media Days. And we'll be over there in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame. And we look forward to seeing all of you guys who are going to be there in Atlanta as well. Not in Birmingham this year. We're over in the ATL.
All right, Andy joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Follow him on Twitter at Andy Staples. And you can also see him at The Athletic, at Andy_Staples, and read him at The Athletic. Andy, welcome in. How are you today?
I am great. Yeah, we haven't had to do any of the old talk radio tricks to get through this offseason. There's just tons of news. Like, we haven't had to go to the win totals. We haven't had to have a best uniform argument. Like, we could stretch best uniforms over like 5 days if we need to.
You are doing something pretty cool, though, right now. You guys are having watch parties as part of a podcast. And tonight, this is one reason you're on. We always love having Andy on. But tonight, you're encouraging people to watch the 2nd and 26 game, which will be a very popular game to watch in parts of this state.
That's exactly right. And you could do it now. Like, the podcast has dropped. It came out this morning. But if you want, rewatch 2nd and 26. Rewatch the entire national title game following the 2017 season. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Starts with Jalen Hurts playing quarterback for Alabama, ends with Tua Tagovailoa playing quarterback for Alabama. It was a lot of fun. You think you remember every little detail of these games, but you don't. Like, I had forgotten, because the Georgia fans grab onto that. They thought the punt was blocked. The guy was called offsides. He wasn't really offsides, but actually Damian Harris had false started. So Alabama would have been punting anyway if they'd have gotten the call right. But everybody thinks that's the thing that turned the game. It's not. There's another play after that. And I'll just say it involves Deshaun Hand's helmet. that
yeah,
Georgia wins the national title if not for Deshaun Hand's helmet.
That was
like, it is crazy.
The Jake Fromm pick, right?
Yeah, it was the 2 picks in a row. Tua had thrown a pick. Tua had thrown the pick Tua throws, by the way. We think about the last pass. Tua's performance in that game was the best example of why you should play a freshman who's ready and why you should never play a freshman who's ready. Because that interception, basically all of his receivers are blocking and he throws the ball anyway. Like, it's like, what do you, and you see him come off to the sideline and Nick Saban's like, what were you looking at?
Well, does that go down as the worst loss in Georgia history?
That's a high bar, Lance. That is a high bar.
No, there are much. I think the 2018 SEC championship was worse. Because
but
that Alabama team was really good.
Yeah, but what was at stake, though? And you know, when it was 2nd and 26, it seemed like that game was over.
Yeah.
Well, of course it did. But and I don't necessarily blame the Georgia defenders for that. Tua does an incredible, if you look at that, Tua does an amazing job of holding the safety with his eyes. And it's, again, this is sort of, you know, as bad as the play before it was, as freshman dumb as the play before it was, because I just remember I'm on the sideline on 1st and 10 from the 25, and I think I literally yelled, "Stop going backward," in the middle of that play. Like, what are you doing? But as bad as that was, the veteran, it wasn't even veteran, but the just instinctual savvy Tua had to hold that safety with his eyes, because if you look, he is looking center right in his field of vision the entire time before he uncorks that ball. So if you're the safety, you're not moving from where you are on the hash. And if he's looking anywhere near Devontae Smith, the safety breaks that play up
easily. Andy Staples is with us. What else is on the viewing menu? What are you rewatching?
Oh, it's fun. So I'm actually on vacation right now. And so the reason we did this is so we could pre-record some shows while I'm on vacation that we thought people would really enjoy. And I had no idea how much fun I would have doing it. So we did 3 of them, and my nominations are open for the next set of ones we do. But so tomorrow, the one that's dropping is the 2015 Michigan State Ohio State game, which everybody remembers seeing that game, seeing the score, and you know it knocked Ohio State out of the Big Ten title race. Michigan State ends up winning the Big Ten title. They wound up playing Alabama in the Cotton Bowl that year. But I'm not sure I remembered how loaded Ohio State was. Like, that was an NFL team essentially. And the fact that Michigan State won that game, like, watching it again, I believe even less that it happened now. Like, it is crazy. So I find that to be the most shocking result of the past decade in college football. So we chewed on that one for a long time.
Hey, by the way, Andy, that one sent me to an Amish farmhouse.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Really?
Yeah, well, Ohio State had lost one game earlier, and I said, look, they're going to get back in the mix. This team is way too good. They're going to be in the college football playoffs. So I bet Dunaway, and the loser had to.
Well, they actually hadn't lost. They were undefeated at the time.
Okay, well, I forgot how it worked then.
Yeah, we just had whether they made the playoffs or not, I think.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Anyway, I had to go to Amish country.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Did you get some nice butter?
They've got good food. They have good food. It's not the lifestyle I want to live, but they have good food. I will say that.
Do they have payphones out in front? The Amish sometimes like to skirt the rules a little bit. Like they're a letter of the law kind of people.
I get it, man. I'm telling you, the compound I was on, they were not. There was no lighting, and there was a lot of butter.
Yeah, no
a
heat.
lot of butter.
Yeah.
So and then on Friday we've got the Texas USC Rose Bowl. Vince Young, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush. I mean, one of the best games you'll ever see. So I am definitely open for more nominations. We're going to do the Kick Six at one point. We're going to do the Boise State Oklahoma Fiesta Bowl at one point. I had a great nomination that I had not thought about, but I believe it was 2000, either 2000 or 2001. I think it's 2000, Northwestern Michigan. It was just a wild game. And one of those where a lot of people don't remember the name Randy Walker, but he was the head coach at Northwestern who passed away tragically very early in 2006, but was one of the guys that the people who sort of revolutionized offenses in the early part of the century. He was the guy everybody was copying. So that's a game I want to think about doing. And then we can get into the 90s. I like the idea of doing ones that are kind of a little more fresh in the mind, because I got to be honest, I thought I remembered everything about that Alabama Georgia game, but I didn't. I definitely didn't remember everything about the Ohio State Michigan State game, and then the Texas USC game. That was 16 years ago now.
Yeah.
It was more than 16 years ago. So it was a fun trip, and like with Texas USC, just to hear Keith Jackson call a game again.
Oh yeah.
Kind of brought me back to my childhood. And that was his last game that he called. But I grew up in an era when, it wasn't a big college game unless Keith Jackson was calling it. So to hear his voice again, just to hear him describe Vince Young, like when they're introducing the starting lineups, it was amazing.
Andy Staples is with us as we continue the conversation. There are a lot of things that are newsworthy right now that are happening. And I know you're on vacation, but I'm sure you've heard that Louisville is now a player in recruiting.
Yeah.
If you're at the top of the recruiting world year in and year out, you probably look at this and you go, what's going on? But this is sort of the new world order, right? Louisville can be a player like anybody else.
Well, if you're a person who's sick of the same three teams competing for the national title, you're like, oh, this could be interesting.
Well, I happen to not be one of those guys. We go to all these national championship games right now. It's a lot of fun seeing you, Andy.
That's true, but guess what? It's probably going to keep happening as long as the head coach remains in place. He seems to be better than everyone else. So, but no, I am very interested to see who jumps up in this new era, because you're seeing Michigan State. They're trying to do it. They're bringing in a lot of recruits on visits who are looking at the Ohio States of the world and looking at the Georgias, and whether they can get them or not is another story, but they're at least taking a look now, which they weren't before. Miami, same thing. Now, Miami did have a history of getting those types of players. Mario Cristobal has put together a staff that can do it. You've got John Ruiz, who's the mega booster who keeps signing these guys to these deals. I am fascinated to see how this works, because let's say some of that talent does get redistributed. And instead of all of the best players clustering at the same 5 or 6 schools, they start to cluster at the same 12 schools. I think that makes for a much more interesting sport, because not only does that dilute the power of the ones that are just running the show right now, I think the ones just beneath that level, all of a sudden, they have a better chance too, because your margin for error, if you're in Alabama or if you're a Georgia, goes down. But let's say you're a Miami and you come up and now you're recruiting the same way Alabama and Georgia and Clemson do. Well, your margin for error is not what Georgia's margin for error is right now. So you can still get tripped up. And I think that's going to make for a more interesting sport if that's the way it indeed happens. We don't know how it's going to happen yet. Let's be honest, guys. It hasn't even been a year in this system. So my hope is that the talent does distribute a little more evenly, and then you get a more unpredictable sport, because I think that's just more fun for everybody.
Jordan Addison, Andy, is going to wear the number 3 at USC, which normally wouldn't even be a blip on the radar, other than the fact that number was retired because it belonged to Carson Palmer. Is this an issue? I mean, we've had a long-standing discussion on this show. You retire jerseys, you don't retire numbers, so you don't run into something like this. Is it even a big deal, though?
Does Carson Palmer care?
No, Carson has said it's okay. Now, I know the reason this is a story now is because Petros Papadakis, who does sports talk radio in LA, and I love Petros. Yep. He played at USC, and he says, look, you don't retire numbers if you're going to unretire them. It's an insult to – and Carson has not said that he cares at all, so I don't think Carson cares, no.
I just don't think you can retire numbers in college football. Like, you can do it in the NFL because you have a 53-man roster. But if you're going to have a 110-man roster – you kind of need all the numbers you got.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God they're letting you wear 0 now. I saw a kid who committed to Arkansas yesterday from Georgia. He's a D tackle. He looks like he's about 340, and he's wearing a single 0 in his recruiting photo shoot. And I'm like, God bless you, young man.
Yes.
This is perfect. But no, I think in college football, you kind of have to use all the numbers you got. Now, I had a suggestion for Syracuse. Like, I think you want to take the number 44, which is retired. It was Ernie Davis's number and Jim Brown's number. And I think you would take that number and you would make it your captain's number every year, assuming your captain's an eligible receiver or who isn't, doesn't need an ineligible number. But you'd have to earn that number. Like, it would be something that gets bestowed upon you, sort of like what LSU does with number 18. I think there's more benefit in that. Like, that would be a great way for Syracuse to honor Ernie Davis and Jim Brown by saying, this is the player we think best exemplifies what we're about. Like, I think that's the way you would do it, instead of just willy-nilly, like, we're retiring this one. No, we're unretiring this one. You got 100 players. You need your numbers.
Okay, random here. You're a writer. I see Superman behind you over your left shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just found this out last night. The reason I'm asking, do you know who wrote the original script, 1978 Superman?
No, I don't.
The same guy that wrote The Godfather, Mario Puzo.
No
wow.
way. Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Yep.
Well, I kind of wish Gene Hackman had found his way into the Godfather movies. So I'm kind of glad that he got to write for Gene Hackman then.
Yeah, I learned this watching The Offer, which is kind of the making, it's the Hulu show or Amazon Prime. It was a 10-part.
I need to watch this show.
Yeah, 10-part. And, it's got a little cheese factor to it, but it's got some really interesting things. Like Mario Puzo was paid $1 million to write a one-page treatment for Superman, and he went on and wrote the script.
Wow.
Yeah,
Can you imagine $1 million to write a one-page treatment?
You take it, right?
He could knock that out in like 15 minutes. because remember, that's the first Superman movie, so you have to include the origin story. So you've already got your first 25 minutes covered. Like, he's going to start on Krypton. Krypton blows up. He lands in Smallville. The Kents take him in. Like, you're done. You're a third of the way through the movie.
Yes, Andy Staples. All right, all of this, Andy, your podcast you're talking about with the viewing party and all of that is the Andy Staples podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Same place you get us, you get Andy, at Andy_Staples on Twitter. Hear him on SiriusXM, read him at The Athletic. Thank you for the time, Andy. Enjoy your vacation.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Andy Staples with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com.
What a fascinating idea to do that, the rewatch.
I love it.
Really, really neat idea there. And, the kick six will be fascinating, too, like the 2nd and 26 was, because you just think of all the coin flip decisions Nick Saban makes throughout that game that allows, the kick six still to be in play, including the last running out of bounds with whether or not there's a second left to even try the ill-fated field goal or not. Should it have already gone to overtime?
Yeah.
Just decisions like that were bang decisions to not try yet another chip shot field goal and to go for it one time on a 4th and short.
There is, Nick Saban's special teams before he got Will Reichard, always got questioned, right? I don't think it ever was more costly than in that game. If Alabama had just serviceable special teams, they win that game, and it never comes down to that.
I'll never forget, we were on the air the next day, and a guy said that he hooked it to the left of his living room.
Yeah, in the 2nd and 26 game, hit the paintings on the left side of my wall in my living room. Yes, I remember that. All right, a lot more to get to. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. They'll cap those gutters and protect the home, your biggest investment for most people out there.
Yeah, call our good friend C. Stu today, 823-2212. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call that I made years ago. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round viewers and listeners. Call 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, so LT sort of gave Andy Staples a nugget there about Superman in the script that sort of blew his mind. When we come back, LT is going to see how good our minds are when it comes to NFL salaries. Can you name the highest paid quarterback, highest paid running back, highest paid safety? May be pretty easy for some of you. We'll walk through some of that coming up on the other side. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light Next. 0 carbs, 80 calories, wherever you buy beer.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The World Games are coming to Alabama, kicking off with an all-star celebration. Featuring Grammy Award winner Nelly, joined by Bootsy Collins, Alabama, Sarah Evans, Sheila E., Tony, Yolanda Adams, and Sharif Simmons. And a highlight of the official theme song, Hope of Alabama. An epic celebration for an epic event. The opening ceremony of the World Games at Birmingham's Protective Stadium, July 7th. Get your tickets now at twg2022.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Developing news in the NFL. Deshaun Watson watched 26 women with accusations against him, and Brown has that developing news.
24 have actually sued him. There are the 2 more, as you mentioned, that have allegations, but I don't think have filed suit. According to USA Today, Deshaun Watson has reached a confidential settlement with all but 4 of the 24 who have sued him. Now, again, this, you still got those 4, and then you got 2 more that have come up forward that it appeared even Deshaun Watson's legal team didn't know existed.
Yep.
And there
then
could
you have
be more.
And then NFL
That's
decision
right.
on how to penalize him, how severe the penalties will be.
This is far from him playing, but it is a step closer to him playing potentially.
It is ironic that the team is so talented with him at quarterback, good enough to maybe make a Super Bowl, but there is so many unknowns with that still hanging out there. But a settlement with 20 of the 24, according to reports. We'll see if that influences the NFL's decision at all. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's with absolutely the best offer we've ever had with our friends at Wayne's.
Jim, if you like saving money and you like not having any rodents in your attic or crawl space, this is the deal for you. And who would say, yeah, I just don't want to save monies, or, yeah, you know what, I'd like all the rodents I could get in my crawl space, okay? Well, Wayne's is going to save for you because right now they've got this smart pest. It's 24/7 rodent monitoring. Here's basically what it does. It sets up a monitoring system. The minute it spots a rodent in your attic or your crawl space, it proactively communicates to Wayne's, who then comes out and exterminates the issue. You don't have to do anything except call Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. It stops the infestation. That's all I need to tell you. And right now, with the code TNR for the next round, you're going to save $100 off the initial Smart Pest service. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR. It's a limited time offer. Save $100 when you call Wayne's.
All right. LT was trying to quiz us before the show. He just asked us, do we think we know the top paid player at every position in the NFL? We told him that we know the top paid safety of all time is Mika Fitzpatrick, only because that happened last week while he was on the road. So we know that one. Now let's see some of the others.
Well, it's interesting, by the way. Best paid player at 16 possessions, including long snapper. I won't ask you guys the highest paid long snapper.
I'll pass on that one. Thank you. Pass. Hard pass.
But 2 categories, 3-year average and total guaranteed money. Now, in some cases, same player for both.
Okay.
Quarterback, highest 3-year average.
I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, you're inclined to say Mahomes, but I think I would go Rodgers.
Rodgers is number 1, average $50.2 million. Number 2 is Deshaun Watson. Number 3, Josh Allen. Total guaranteed money for a quarterback.
Total guaranteed money for a quarterback.
That's where I go Mahomes.
I think that's going to surprise you, but I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say Patrick Mahomes.
Deshaun Watson, $230 million.
Very interesting, timely story.
I think that thing's getting cut up right now. Running back, highest 3-year average.
Oh, this is tricky now.
Yeah.
Highest paid running backs that are still out there.
I mean, it should be Derrick Henry. And didn't he just redo his deal?
No, it's coming up. They're going to redo it.
It will be Derrick Henry when they redo it.
I think he signed 4 years, $50 million a few years ago, and he's got 2 years left on that, something like that. It should be Derrick Henry. I'm going to say it's not Derrick Henry. Is it Derrick Henry?
I'll go Zeke Elliott then, if it's not Derrick Henry.
Zeke Elliott is number 2.
Okay, who's
good
number
guess.
1?
Number 1 is Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, that's right.
$17.2 million. If he could only stay healthy.
When does he play?
What's he get per game? I mean, my gosh, he's robbing them blind per game.
Total guaranteed money for a running back.
With that, I'm going to go Derrick Henry.
Zeke Elliott.
McCaffrey
2, Alvin Kamara 3. Wide receiver, highest 3-year average.
I mean, I thought it was Tyreek Hill on this latest deal. That's who I'm going to go with.
I mean, is it the next 3 years?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go Tyreek Hill as well.
Cooper Kupp, $26.7 million.
New deal. So they paid more.
There'll be a couple Rams on this list.
Yeah. I mean,
the way they're spending money.
A good reason. They're the champs.
Tyreek Hill is number 3 on this list with $25 million $25 million over the 3 years average. Total guaranteed money for a wide receiver. This one's close.
Devontae Adams?
Nope.
No, remember he took a pay cut.
Yeah, but I thought it was it was like $1 million pay cut.
Is Mike Evans in the conversation?
Nope. Who is it?
Goodness, we got to pay
It's
that
Cooper
guy.
Kupp, $75 million.
Okay.
Tyreek Hill's number 2 on here with $72.2 million. Stephon Diggs, number 3. Tight end.
I mean, I'll go Travis Kelce. It seems like who would be the highest paid tight end.
I don't think you can go wrong with that guess. I'll take Kelsey as well.
It's Kittle. Kelsey's not in the top three, believe it or not.
Is he not?
Wow.
Mark
Okay.
Andrews is 2, who's really good, and Dallas Goedert for Philadelphia is number 3, and that's both guaranteed and 3-year average.
Yeah.
Highest paid.
Speaking of which, a guy you never think of is Pitts anymore with the situation Atlanta's in.
Atlanta,
You don't want his whole career to be wasted.
Highest paid offensive lineman.
Oh, I don't even know where to start on this. Yeah.
Let's pass.
Okay.
Pass on that.
David Bakatari
Okay.
from Green Bay. He's got to stay healthy too. What about cornerback? Highest 3-year average.
I mean, Jalen Ramsey's where I would guess.
Yeah, I would go Rams here.
Ramsey's number 2 on here. It's Jair Alexander for Green Bay.
Okay.
And total guaranteed money, Denzel Ward for Cleveland. Number 2 is Jalen Ramsey. Number 3, Marlon Humphrey. He's guaranteed.
good for him.
$67 million.
Hey, he's
Yeah,
earned
but
it,
when he signed it, it was number 1. I remember that.
This is tough. Highest paid edge rusher over the next 3 years on average.
Is it Bosa?
Bosa's number 2. Joey Bosa's number 2. Bosa's got the most guaranteed money at $102 million.
See, I didn't know which Bosa.
Yeah,
There's
you just
so
went
many of them.
Bosa.
Bosa.
Yeah.
But what? Give me a what?
A Bosa.
A what or a Bosa? Who is it?
T.J. Watt.
T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
It's either a what or a Bosa. You just throw it up.
Defensive tackle, this is easy.
Aaron Donald, yeah.
And, I mean, it's not even close, too. He's got $31.6 million per year. The next is DeForest Buckner at $21.2 million.
Okay, give me the linebacker.
Your linebacker, do you want to guess? I'll tell you, C.J. Mosley's in the top 3, but he is not number 1.
Is he really?
I was going to say C.J. Mosley.
C.J.
actually.
Mosley's number 3 on the highest
3
3-year average at $17 million. He's number 2 on total guaranteed at $51 million.
Did the kid who Khalil Mack, did he no? I don't know. I do not know.
Fred Warner, San Francisco's number 1.
Well, we
And
need Devin White to get paid.
total guaranteed money is Darius Leonard.
What I'm learning from this is the Rams paid their guys that won the Super Bowl. Your Bucks did not.
We did not.
Okay, I'll leave it at
we
this
took
one.
pay cuts to keep Brady.
Your top paid kicker. It's just funny how different the money is.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Justin Tucker. I mean, he is the best. 5.4 per year and then 12.5 guaranteed.
All right, that's from LT in the NFL highest paid list. The show being brought to you by Rockstars guy Andy Burcham. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk Auburn baseball. Tell us about Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Auburn baseball tonight, 6 o'clock. Arkansas and Auburn. You'll hear it on the Auburn Network with Andy Burcham when we come back.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Scariest moment of my day yesterday. I'm riding with two soon-to-be Auburn freshmen, Hughes Orr and his dad, Johnny Orr, who's a longtime Auburn season ticket holder for basketball and football. We're on a windy back road, Brown. You know this road, going from 280 to Ballantrae.
Right.
And we've got the Auburn network on.
Okay.
Brad Law, at that point in the game, is on the play-by-play call. Andy Burcham is standing by.
Calhoun County's finest, Brad Law.
And they, my Auburn buddies in the front seat. I'm in the back seat. Because I didn't go to Auburn. They were not going to Auburn. And they are just dialed in on the radio. The road is curvy. Johnny's dialed in on whether or not they can get a clutch hit with bases loaded or not. Then all of a sudden a shot goes off the wall, and we probably left at least 2 tires off the road as well. Luckily, Auburn scores 3, and we got 4 tires back in the road. It was the scariest part on the way to play golf yesterday.
Yeah, so the speeding ticket could go to Andy Burcham. He joins us now from Omaha, the voice of the Auburn Tigers on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How are you, Andy? Welcome in.
Gentlemen, I'm doing well. Glad to be broadcasting another game from Charles Schwab Field tonight against Arkansas.
Yeah, absolutely. The bats finally came alive. I mean, you had called some long innings of not much offensive action for the Auburn Tigers over the last few games, and maybe it's that spark. You never know in baseball, and it's a weird game. Sometimes it's one inning that will spark 2 or 3 games.
Well, I think you go back to what happened in the bottom of the fifth of that game, and what Jim's talking about was a 4-run six for Auburn. Auburn, the visiting team yesterday, and Stanford led 2-0 in the bottom of the fifth, and had a runner at third with one out, and the number 1 and 2 hitters coming up. And Trace Bright struck out both of those batters, and they stranded that runner at third. And then Auburn responded immediately. Mike Bello led off the inning with a single. Blake Rambush singled, and then eventually Cole Foster came up and recorded the 3-run double that nearly ended Jim's life there on the road. I'm glad that didn't happen. But you go back to that bottom of the fifth and what Trace Bright did in his last 2 batters to keep it a 2-run game. He struck out 8, which set an Auburn College World Series record. And considering some of the pitchers from Auburn that have pitched in the World Series, QV Lowe and Joe Beckwith and John Powell and Tim Hudson, for Trace Bright, that's great company. Auburn struck out 16. And then Auburn finally got the bats going, and the big blow was that 3-run double to left center by Cole Foster, and then Auburn turned it over to Tommy Sheehan, and then Blake Burkhalter, who's just been lights out for Auburn in the postseason, closed it out. Now Auburn gets another chance to play tonight against a really, really good Arkansas ball club.
Yeah, I was going to ask you who was better on the hill last night. Was it Trace Bright or was it Burkhalter?
It's a good question. You know, early Bright and talking with Tim Hudson at the hotel after the game, and then Butch Thompson this morning, Auburn was 1 batter away from lifting Bright in the 3rd inning. And had they done that, then they would have done what Stanford ended up doing. They would have had to go to their bullpen early and probably bring Burkhalter into the game much earlier than they did. From start to finish, you have to say that Burkhalter was better last night. He gave up the 1 base hit off his backside, a line drive that deflected to Brody Moore. He almost threw him out. But Burkhalter has been so dialed in for Auburn in this postseason, and, you know, set down all 8 batters he faced in that championship game of the Super Regional in Corvallis. And he was just as sharp yesterday in a really hot, and I know it's hot at home, but it is really hot here in Omaha, and Auburn was playing in the heat of the day, and Burkhalter was just dialed in. He has a split, not a split. He's throwing a really good cutter that's moving away from the right-hand hitters. And then when he needs a little extra heat, he's bringing in a fastball at 97. So to answer your question, I'd say that Burkhalter was sharper from start to finish, but Bright certainly closed very, very strong yesterday for Auburn.
Talk to us a little bit about what you know, anyway, of the stomach bug. And we know it impacted Cole Foster enough. And he's had been getting fluids before and after the games. I'm sure several players are doing that to go along with the heat there. But to barrel one up like that with what he's been dealing with, that was such a big moment. How is the team health-wise going into tonight's game, you think?
I think better than it was going into yesterday's game. And Auburn has a full medical staff here. It's athletic trainers. It has one of the team doctors that has made the trip here. That has certainly helped. Hydration is a huge factor. Anytime you're playing in the heat of the day like this, but especially when some guys are battling the stomach bug or whatever it is. I don't know exactly who. We know that Cole Foster was pulled out of game 1 in the 4th inning, and Garrett Farquhar from the Birmingham area did a nice job coming in, but I think Auburn is much more healthy going into tonight's game than it even was yesterday. And it's one thing, Butch Thompson has alluded to it. He's not used it as an excuse. He didn't use it as an excuse after the loss to Ole Miss on Saturday, and he didn't use it as an excuse yesterday. And this ball club responding with a big win. It's Auburn's first win at the College World Series since Tim Hudson beat Rice back in 1997. And on that day, Auburn's current pitching coach drove in 6, hit a massive home run against the number 1 draft pick that year, and also pitched Auburn to victory. So that was 25 years ago, almost to the day that Auburn picked up that win against Rice, in which Auburn picks up a huge win against Stanford. And now Auburn has eliminated the top 3 teams from the Pac-12. Stanford, Oregon State, and UCLA have all been eliminated from the NCAA tournament by Auburn.
Auburn doing the Lord's work cleaning out the West Coast there.
Conference of Champions,
right.
my butt.
Yeah. Andy Burcham with us, the voice of the Auburn Tigers from out in Omaha, Auburn, and Arkansas tonight. You got to go all the way back to early May, so it probably means nothing when Auburn and Arkansas played their regular season series. But if I've read right, I think Sonny DeShera only had 2 hits that series. So Arkansas pitched him pretty well, Andy. What can you glean, if anything, from these two teams having faced one another 3 games down in Auburn in May?
I think both of these teams are very different at this point. And Arkansas, listen, Arkansas is what it is. I mean, to say that anyone's surprised that Arkansas is here, I wouldn't say they're surprising, but they went on the road and won a regional and a super regional to get here. Auburn had a regional at home and then went on the road and beat Oregon State in Corvallis. So you have a scouting report on teams. McIntyre goes tonight for Arkansas. It will be Mason Barnett tonight for Auburn. And Barnett has probably been Auburn's best starter in the NCAA tournament, back to the regional and in the super region. He has pitched extraordinarily well for Auburn. I think Auburn's better off on the hill than Arkansas in the starting rotation tonight. Now, beyond that, Arkansas is loaded. Arkansas, unloaded on Stanford in that first game, 17-2. And they didn't look like they were having any trouble hitting the ball. It was a little bit different against Ole Miss in last night's game. And that Ole Miss team is really on a roll at this point. And, Ole Miss and Oklahoma are the 2 undefeated teams right now. They get a day off. And for either of those teams not to advance to a championship round, they have to lose 2 straight games to a team that's been playing every day now since Monday.
So,
and that's the. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And for Auburn or Arkansas now, they've got to win tonight, and then they've got to win 2 straight games against Ole Miss to make it to the championship round. That's what makes it so tough for Auburn to have lost that first game of this tournament. It's been done. Oregon State did it. South Carolina has done it in recent years, but it is very, very tough to lose that first game and even make the championship round, let alone win the College World Series.
Hey, and Andy, with that said, those 2 teams you mentioned, Pat Casey at Oregon State and Ray Tanner at South Carolina, Butch Thompson apparently reached out to those guys. Have you had a conversation, what was discussed between them?
He did exactly that. After that game that night, he called both Ray Tanner and Pat Casey and talked to them about what did they do after losing that first game to win a College World Series. And he took notes, and he's got pages of notes from those two gentlemen that won World Series on what they did, what was their focus. And another thing that Butch took some inspiration from was Bobby Pierce, who transferred to Auburn from Arizona State. Auburn starting right fielder now, moved into the starting lineup for Auburn when Josh Hall was injured down at LSU. And Pierce gave him some confidence. Hey, we're just fine. We'll be fine after losing that first game of the College World Series. So I don't know exactly what those 2 College World Series coaches told Butch Thompson, but he took a ton of notes about how to prepare your team, talking about the focus. What do you do in this situation? It worked yesterday against a really good Stanford team. We'll see if it works tonight against another really good team in Arkansas.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've watched a lot of college baseball this year, but obviously in the postseason I get dialed in a little bit. It seems like when Rambusch gets on, it ignites something. He seems to be a firecracker for something good to happen to Auburn. Tell me a little bit about him and what do you think can happen tonight? What has to happen early for this Auburn offense?
I asked Butch Thompson that question yesterday, Jim, in the pregame show. What has to happen? What's the key for Auburn offensively? And his response was Blake Rambusch getting on base. However he gets on base. And for Auburn yesterday, Rambusch was on in 2 straight at-bats in the middle of the game. And he scored 2 runs after those 2 base hits. Auburn is undefeated this season when Blake Rambusch scores at least 2 runs in a game. So that shows you how important he is to this team at this point. Teams have done a good job of pitching to Sonny DeShera. He hasn't been the threat, but guys around him are starting to pick it up. Bobby Pierce and Cole Foster and Brody Moore. And at the bottom of the order, Mike Bello. Mike Bello was out of the Auburn lineup for about a month. And then they put him in the lineup to start the regional. And he's been a catalyst for Auburn in that 9-hole for Auburn since the start of the postseason. But to your point, when Blake Rambush gets on base, good things happen for this Auburn team. They need him on base however they can get him. Walk, hit by bat, whatever, error, base hit. He is the catalyst at the top of that Auburn order.
I was there just because I'm old. I covered 1997, old stadium. I haven't been back to the World Series with a new stadium. What's the atmosphere like comparing those two stadiums for Auburn fans that maybe were out there then or are not out there now? And we've had a few of our listeners and viewers with their next round T-shirts on out there. How's the Auburn fans enjoying the trip? A good group of them out there?
Yeah, it's a good contingent of Auburn fans. There are more Ole Miss and Arkansas fans here. If you follow the Jello shot chart at Rocco's out here, those two fan bases are getting after it in that bar. I've not been to that bar yet, but
seems like something Brad Law would do, though. He seems like a Jello shot guy.
I think Piedmont County's almost a dry counties. I don't know.
I don't think Brad's been there either. Yeah. He has the family out here as well. So it's a good contingent of Auburn fans. To your point, Jim, the old Rosenblatt just had a great deal of character. You know, that was a stadium that had been around. It was a minor league ballpark for the Kansas City A's, I think, AAA team, or the Kansas City Royals AAA team. I was really going back a long time there, wasn't it? And it was right next to the zoo. And Omaha knew that it needed to upgrade. And what they did to basically secure that the College World Series wasn't going anywhere, they built a stadium specifically for the College World Series. The minor league team doesn't play here. I mean, this stadium is used by Creighton a little bit, but it's used almost solely for the College World Series. And it has all the amenities, the luxury seats, the concessions, a great deal of parking. There's a great deal of restaurants and everything just right around it. It's right downtown. I mean, Auburn's team hotel, the Marriott, is about a half mile away. There's another Hilton that's literally across the street from the parking lot. And so it's easy to get to and from the ballpark. That was not the case at the old Rosenblatt. The old Rosenblatt had a great deal of character to it, and there's history galore there. So they're building the history with this new ballpark, but it's a gorgeous ballpark and very, very comfortable for folks to sit in and fans have responded. I mean, we've routinely seen crowds of 24 to 25,000 for nearly every game of this tournament so far.
So your hotel's closer to the stadium in Omaha than it was in Corvallis? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. We do not need to charge our Tesla on the way to the ballpark like we did in Corvallis.
Andy Burcham, do you have any idea off the top of your head how many Auburn baseball games you have seen? Because it's probably more than just about anybody alive.
I don't know what day it is right now to tell you. We've been on the road since this is my 28th year calling Auburn baseball. And I did it for a quarter century with Rod Bramblett, and I get to do it now with Brad Law. So I have never kept track of the amount of games I did with women's basketball for 31 years and 28 years for baseball, and now getting to call football. And I don't know. I'd have to go back, and maybe I'll have time this summer to go back and to look up that number.
I think if you play for the national championship, it'll be your 500th.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm just guessing though, but it'd be I'd say we go with that story, Andy. It'll be a great story.
Let's get Andy to 500.
I think it's more than 500.
Andy's seen a few. I was just asking. This is one of the bigger ones that he will see tonight, 5:45 airtime, Auburn Sports Network throughout the country, and 6 o'clock first pitch for Auburn in Arkansas. Thank you for the time, Andy. Know it's a busy day. We appreciate you working us in.
My pleasure, guys. War Eagle, have a great one.
All right, buddy, take care. That is Andy Burcham, the voice of the Auburn Tigers, with us from Omaha on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Can I be totally honest with you? The way, and this is traditional in baseball. Most baseball announcing teams do this. You have your main play-by-play voice, right?
That's right.
who does usually the first 3 innings and then the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
That first 3, last 3.
Yeah, and then the other guy, who's the sidekick guy, does 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, I get to go to the bathroom, rest my voice,
eat a
get
hot
some
dog,
water, eat
maybe.
a hot dog, yeah.
That would bother me when it gets to the postseason because those innings are also important, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The biggest inning yesterday happened when Andy was sort of not on the call. My ego would not like that. Like in football and basketball, if I'm the main play-by-play guy, I'm on the call the entire time.
Have you ever heard the Charlie Steiner, John Sterling story?
Do they fight about that?
Well, Charlie Steiner, he does the Dodgers now,
Dodgers
right?
now,
Dodgers
yeah.
TV, right? He's not radio.
TV, yeah.
Yeah. But he did Yankees radio for quite a while. As the story goes,
Joe Davis is.
Yeah, Joe Davis is the guy that does the Vin Scully role now. But he did Yankees, and so did Sterling, and that was a particularly big game. I want to say maybe the Aaron Boone home run that far back, and he was actually on the call, and Sterling is in the booth. And Sterling runs to the microphone to do the
"Oh my!
It is high, it is far, it is out of here. Yankees win! Yankees
Would he sit in his lap?
I don't know, but somehow Sterling
They're fighting
got
over the microphone.
Yeah, but it was Charlie Steiner's call. I mean, he was the guy that was supposed to be doing it at the time, but Sterling's ego wouldn't allow it to happen.
It's just amazing that those guys can't grind out 9 innings. You know, when I was doing the play-by-play in the Jayhawk League, they put me doing 9 innings by myself.
Yep.
And then I got the idea of whoever pitched the night before, I would bring them in.
Because all he's doing is charting pitches, right? So he just sits there with you and charts pitches. Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an age-old tradition. I don't know why it is that way, but it would bother me a little bit in the postseason because I would want to be, I guess I'm in this story, I'm John Sterling. I'd want to be on the call. I would have been pushing in the 6th inning out of the way yesterday. I'd have been like, oh, it's off the wall.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, Brad.
Yeah.
Let me make this call. So it'll be on the highlight reel at the end.
I don't think Andy's a big ego guy like you.
Oh, I know. I was being honest about myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That I am the egomaniac that would like to toss to every commercial break on a show for 4 hours a day.
Speaking of which,
there's nothing more glamorous than that. Yes.
Hey, part of our show today is being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Brown, where will you be today at 4 o'clock?
We're going to be at Champy's. Are we doing? Did we decide? Are we doing a Ask Us Anything? Or are we doing basically a mystery 5th hour?
who knows?
Well, you texted me last night. Rockstar, don't act all.
The problem with
I
the
asked
mystery
the right
5th hour is that would be live. I mean, the I don't know.
We do one live? I don't know. We'll do something. Just be with us. Set your alerts. 4 o'clock. We're going to be there.
We're definitely going to eat tamales.
We're going to eat tamales,
Yeah.
and we're going to talk. We may do Ask Us Anything. We may have some mystery 5th hour content. I don't know. We'll
I
figure
like
something
the
out.
Ask Us Anything,
Yeah.
and I think if we do a mystery 5th hour, we just do it before.
I say Rockstar brings a guitar. We may sing some blues, have some brews.
You mic me up on the guitar and everything?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Oh.
We'll figure it out.
That's going to be tricky.
One more computer.
That's going to be tricky.
Looking forward to it today down at Champy's World Famous Chicken, open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. And they bring us this hour every day. So does our friends at Bromberg's. LT, I tell you, it's that time of year where I'm seeing a lot of weddings. And they're every weekend, multiple on my time feed. Some people are popping the question, how many times do you see the FaceTime where the person that you're following is up in the corner and the other person showing the ring? You need that ring to come from Bromberg's so your fiancé is not embarrassed on social media everywhere.
Hey, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to Brombergs.com.
When we come back, we've got trash today. LT's got that. Plus, Forrester has pulled a couple of the things that Andy Burcham was talking about there. Rocco's in Omaha. It's one scoreboard the Auburn folks are not doing very well on out at Rocco's Pizzeria and Cantina. You take a little Italian, you take a little Mexican, throw in a few Jell-O shots, and you have a good time in Omaha when we come back.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
And Ndamukong Suh admits he's not going back to the Buccaneers now because of the signing. Looks like the Raiders could be a landing spot. He says he doesn't want to retire. That'd be an interesting little team. They assume, you say what you will about where he is in his career, the guy doesn't miss snaps when he's always there ready to play every game, doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, look, he's not dominant anymore, but he's still a factor. And, I was talking to a Denver Broncos fan on my trip, and I was just talking about how loaded that division is.
Yep.
And, even the Raiders, everybody just assumes the Raiders are going to be in the basement of that division. Josh McDaniels is coming in. You get a guy like Devontae Adams. Derek Carr is an underrated quarterback. It's a tough division. Toughest, in my opinion, toughest division in all of football.
Would you have said it was the NFC West last year, and this year it's the AFC West?
Yeah, I think going into last year was definitely the NFC West because, San Francisco, the Rams, Arizona was getting better. Seattle, you still thought they were a playoff team with Russell Wilson. But, yeah, it is flipped.
All right, trash coming up here momentarily, 67 days from week 0. You heard Andy Burcham mention it. The Jell-O shots at the local pizzeria and cantina out there. It's a place called Rocco's, and you see the shot board, the Jell-O shot board. They keep a tally on. That's Arkansas fans who were there early with the Woo Pig Suey, and there you see the leaderboard where they have over 6,526 Jell-O shots purchased this week in Omaha.
What a genius idea, because the profit margin on a Jell-O shot.
Pretty high?
Oh, my gosh.
I think it's $5 a shot. Ole Miss is in contention.
Right there.
Yeah. And Ole Miss is right there at 5,428. It becomes a 2-horse race there between Arkansas and Ole Miss. And, Arkansas may be packing it up and going to the house tonight.
So you've got almost 15,000 Jell-O shots at almost $5 each.
But I think I saw that a big Arkansas guy came in and paid for like 900. Is that what?
1,000 of them. There's the ticket right there.
Yeah. 1,000, huh?
Yeah, pass those out. He's not going to let his team lose. He may hang around after Arkansas gets knocked out and just keep trying to get Arkansas on top of that leaderboard.
So quick math, they've made about $75,000 on Jell-O shots.
Well, that's what Kevin says. Culjat, Culjat. He is the owner of Rocco's Pizza and Cantina. He tells Sirius XM, quote, "I've created a monster here."
Yeah, you think?
All it takes is a few SEC teams, a leaderboard, a dry erase board, and Jell-O shots.
I bet he loves it. I bet whoever's having to make those Jell-O shots pain in the ass. Like, I've never made Jell-O. Have you guys ever made Jell-O?
I can't say I have. No.
I have, yeah.
But it's kind of a long process, right?
I mean, I just pour it in and you put water in a mix.
Yeah, does it have to sit in the fridge or something?
Yeah, it's got to sit in the fridge and chill, yeah.
Yeah, but think about the space you got to have. So probably the entire walk-in at this joint has got nothing but mozzarella cheese and freaking Jell-O shots. And somebody's probably making them overnight.
Because it's a cantina.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of fun out there.
And by the way, why we never let Dunaway do math, ever.
Yeah, I know. I left a 0 off.
Well, I mean, it's bare minimum. Andy's called 1,100 Auburn games.
Yeah, well, I went 40 times 28.
Well, you did it wrong. Yeah. If that's what you did.
I left off a 0 or 2.
Yeah.
I don't do math.
1,100 is the bare minimum Andy has seen.
You know what 40 times 28 is, right?
Yeah, no, I don't, obviously.
Obviously not, Lance. Yeah.
It's more than 1,000, my
more
friend.
than 1,000.
Jim had it at 500.
All right, it's time for trash. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit the big button.
Hey, I'm sorry to throw you, Jim.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. You don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I brought this up to you two earlier today. Rocky, I don't know if you've heard about this, but one of Elon Musk's kids has filed for a request in L.A. County Superior Court to change their last name from Musk, citing a desire to cut ties with their famous father.
Not another dime. Not a dime.
I don't want any money. This is not going to change my mind.
I would. I'd take a gander at the old will before I did this.
Vivian Gina Wilson filed a petition to legally change names on April 18th, a day after turning 18, according to court documents. Wilson cited gender identity as a reason for the name change and the, quote, fact that I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form.
Well, sounds like there's a story there.
He's got 8 kids.
He's got 8 kids? Well, let me tell you what, the other 7 just celebrated.
Yeah, really.
they got a little bigger cut.
But I don't even think they can spend it.
They got a little bigger cut. I mean, what's he worth now?
$44 billion.
$44 billion.
No,
Jim?
more than that. Twitter's $44 billion.
Yeah, that's what it was. $44 billion on that.
Yeah, I heard Lundster in the background. No, what is he, Rockstar?
Yeah,
What's
he's coming up on $1 trillion, right?
He's in the 200s.
$500 million.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
So let's say
25,000.
A shit ton is what he's worth.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of money going between 7 kids.
Lunsford said 214.
214 billion. Yeah. So let's just say he only leaves half of that to the kids.
Only half.
So they're getting $15 billion each.
And a lot more today than they were yesterday.
Okay, here are a list of television shows that were canceled before airing one episode.
Well, you got to suck pretty bad.
Some of these probably wouldn't have worked out. But the first one, The Big D, this was in 2022. It was an American reality dating competition. It was scheduled to air on TBS, hosted by JoJo Fletcher and Jordan Rogers. It was set to focus on divorced couples living together and looking for love with other contestants.
That makes sense.
Yeah, with one participant not in the relationship being eliminated each episode.
Misleading title for some.
Yes.
It was.
I agree, Jim.
Sounds like an idea Lance had earlier today.
It
Hasn't made its appearance yet. I'm waiting.
It was canceled. Yeah, I think the idea I made is good.
I said it was funny, Lance.
Rockstar's all on board.
It's fine with me.
He doesn't even see anything wrong with the title.
Yeah, for the record, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And by the way, I'm not getting. Never mind.
What?
Huh?
No, I was about to say something inappropriate about the Big D.
Okay.
Good Grief was another TV show that was canceled. 2014, Lifetime had announced plans to debut the reality television series that would have followed the owners of a funeral home, the Johnson family funeral home in Fort Worth, Texas. They started doing promotions for the series. Now, they had to scrap it because they discovered 8 unattended decomposing bodies at the funeral home, which led to the arrest of the 2 owners, Dondre Johnson and his wife, Rachel.
I would have watched it then.
I intended for that one to decompose, so don't count that one. Just count those other 8.
I mean, imagine what the ratings would have done if they would have started it, found the decomposed bodies midway through.
Oh, everybody said it's fake. That was planned. That was planned.
Right.
How about this one? Seriously, Dude, I'm Gay, 2004.
Seriously, dude.
2-hour reality television special planned for broadcast by Fox. Special was set to air on June 7th, 2004. Although it was abruptly shelved only 11 days before its intended broadcast, the special depicted 2 straight men in the competition for a $50,000 reward over who could pass themselves off as a more convincing gay man.
I don't see a problem with this. I don't know how people would be upset.
Seriously, dude, I'm gay.
Yeah. No, I am.
No, seriously, dude.
You thought that was bad.
Yeah.
This one's the best.
A list of television shows that were canceled before airing one episode. How about Welcome to the Neighborhood?
All right.
In 2005, an ABC reality show that was canceled before airing as its subject matter, quote, risked fostering prejudice and violating the Fair Housing Act. Now, the series had a conservative white neighborhood choosing their new neighbors from a group of families that were black, Hispanic, and Asian. 2 gay white men raising an adopted black child, a couple covered in tattoos and piercings, a couple who met at the wife's initiation as a witch, and a poor white family.
So we get to pick our neighbors.
Wow. It's an all-white neighborhood picking neighbors, yeah. That didn't make it?
They did not. It canceled before the first show.
Man, that's crazy.
You think it would have been tough to get advertisers on board for that one?
You don't have the network on that one?
It was ABC.
ABC?
Yeah.
Which is owned by Disney.
Yeah.
What year was that?
2005. Again, white neighborhood got to choose the neighbors from black, Hispanic, Asian, 2 gay white men raising an adopted black child, couple covered in tattoos, couple who met at a wife's initiation as a witch, and a poor white family. This is a headline you don't hear every day. Monkey in bulletproof vest found dead after bloody cartel shootout in Mexico.
Well,
you took one for the team, man.
It's a bad vest.
Vest, it doesn't work on a headshot.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
Poor monkey.
Well, I mean, but you got to the cartel, how much they really enjoy. I mean, the monkey meant so much to them. They went to the trouble
You little
of
fella.
putting a specially made, it had to be specially made Kevlar vest on the monkey.
Can you see the monkey go?
So there's the Mexican narcos fascination with exotic animals. This one was a spider monkey dressed up as a drug gang mascot, was killed in a shootout.
He's not a drug gang mascot. He's dressed as one.
He's a drug gang mascot.
He's dressed up as a drug gang mascot.
I didn't know they had mascots like Big Al and Albie. They got them for their
Apparently.
drug
Now, photos from the scene of the shootout Tuesday. Do you have this, by the way?
Oh, we're going to see a dead monkey?
In which police said 11 drug gang members died, showed a small monkey dressed in a tiny camo jacket and a tiny bulletproof vest sprawled across the body of a dead gunman who was apparently his owner. So they kind of died together.
Rockstar stumbled into it.
A lot of GIFs.
Yeah, a lot of GIFs there. Don't know what we're getting into there, Rockstar. I think I saw this somewhere, and it's another story where I just read the headline, didn't read the story, so I didn't know what I was looking at.
Authorities in the state of Mexico confirmed the authenticity of the photos.
Yeah,
said it was
unclear.
unclear.
That was it. Go back. That was it. That's what I saw. Now, I don't know if that's legit, but that's the picture I saw.
Man,
That's sad, man.
He is dead as a hammer. Isn't
Oh,
he?
yeah. What is that to his side?
He only got 4 fingers.
Well, it's a bucket
That's
to
a
his
bucket
left.
and
It's
then another
another
body
human
to
to
his
his
left.
right.
Yeah.
No. Inside the hood. What's next to him there? Is that just dirt or something?
Yeah.
I think it's his ear.
Oh, okay.
Might have been his lips got blown off.
Poor monkey.
I don't know. Yeah, he is.
Levy has the hood on.
EAD.
I haven't been this uncomfortable since Faces of Death, 1978.
No, they
I was
say
talking
that-
about Faces of Death at dinner last night because Video Ventures and Saks had to pull it off the shelves and put it behind the counter, and you had to have a parent or a driver's license. Some kid rented it, and the parents called and complained, so Video Ventures had to pull it, and you had to have special permission to get it.
I remember I fell out of a tree
Yeah.
and broke my wrist and had a concussion. So the next day I stayed home from school, and that's what I watched.
Faces of Death?
Faces of Death.
What were you doing in the tree?
This was one of the dumbest things ever. So there was a cat. There was a cat. I wasn't pulling a McFly.
Yeah.
There was a cat that had gone up the tree and it was just sitting there. And, cat gets up tree. Cat normally can get down. I decided to go up after the
Same
cat.
true of you, obviously.
Yeah, and it was a flint that tried to catch
I
me.
knew it was going to be a flint there.
Yeah.
One sawed the limb off, the other tried to catch him.
It's always a flint.
What is the most you would pay for lunch with Warren Buffett?
Well, right now, a lot. Because I'm always hungry at lunch. I mean, Warren doesn't have to be there. I'll just pay for the lunch.
Would he bring me some warm pants?
If he could just bring some good stock tips, if there is such a thing right now.
No, this is where I would mess up. I would pay an enormous amount for this, and I would go, and it ends up it would just be a Warren buffet, and I can't pronounce anything for crap. You bought the Warren buffet at a hefty price, I see.
Yeah, I don't think somebody would pay this to eat lunch off a supermodel.
What is it?
Anonymous bidder paid a record-breaking $19 million for a private steak lunch with Warren Buffett. Now, the sale was part of the 21st annual auction for a lunch with Buffett, produced in collaboration with eBay and the Glide Foundation.
I want his brother Jimmy here.
I got Jimmy.
Yeah.
Now, the bidding started at $25,000 and ended with a $19 million from an anonymous bidder on Friday. Mystery winner will enjoy a private lunch with Buffett and up to 7 guests at the Smith & Wollensky Steakhouse in New York.
I'm here to tell you, better show than half the ones you read would be somebody paying for this, sat down and only asked him Jimmy Buffett questions.
Hey, can you sing that Pirate Looks at 40 for me?
What were you thinking about Pirates Look at 40?
You go order a cheeseburger or in paradise?
Oh.
I'd like a margarita. That would be funny, you're right.
What do you think the...
After hearing your impersonation is not as funny as I thought it was going to be.
Get him done away. Get him.
What do you think flight attendants hate serving the most?
Done away. It's got to be mixed drinks, right? I mean, they got to pour and then pour and then pour.
Baked Alaska. They do that flame.
You got to be really careful in mid-flight.
Could you imagine being on a flight though doing that?
Oh, by the way, that shithole flight to Salina, no alcohol.
Yeah.
Because it's the smallest aircraft.
You mentioned that a couple times.
Yeah, how long was the flight?
2 hours.
2 hours.
From Chicago to Salina
Yeah.
was 2 hours?
Yep.
I'd have thought it was shorter.
It was 2 hours. 2 hours, 2 minutes. Anyway, it is diet soda. Posting to TikTok,
Really?
U.S.-based airline hostess said that diet sodas take, quote, too long to pour compared to other soft drinks.
They fizz more, huh?
In the clip, which has racked up more than 340,000 views. The diet soda next to a regular soda, the fizz takes much longer to settle.
Well, here's a clue for our airline friends.
Ooh. I like the way this starts.
Just start with the ice in the cup and hand me the whole freaking can.
That's
I'll pour
right.
it myself.
That's right.
You don't love those thimble cups they give you?
You are pouring a quarter or a
That's
third
right.
of the
Yep.
Diet Coke in there, and it's fizzing.
I'm a
That's your
Dunaway.
problem. Give me the whole can. I
Give me-
paid
yep, I'll pour it.
$900
That's right.
for this ticket. You can afford giving me a Diet Coke.
You're spot on this. It's
That's right.
always bothered me on a flight how they just pour me a little thimble of, and then they save it for later. I'm like, just give me the whole thing. I've paid a ton of money to be on here.
Order a beer, they hand you the thimble, and they give you the full beer.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
to
I don't
me,
want a beer. I want a soda.
if we're going to be socially acceptable, an attendant would hand me a full Diet Coke. A stewardess would pour it for me. So I would just hand me the Coke. Be a flight attendant. Stewardess would be pouring the Coke for me, the Diet Coke or the Diet Pepsi for
Yeah,
me.
but what would the hands like? What would the motions look like?
It would be like this.
Weird place to draw the line there.
Yeah.
All right.
Finally, cheese lovers can now wear their favorite dairy product on their fingertips thanks to
Fantastic.
Velveeta and a British nail polish brand, Nails Inc. Limited edition set of the 2 cheese-scented polishes will cost cheese fanatics $15 on the Nails Inc. website. Includes 2 shades, Finger Food, a bright red, and La Dolce Velveeta, a creamy yellow color.
That looks terrible.
Well, it's scented too, though. That's cool.
Oh, it smells like
Yeah.
cheese.
Very good for Kansas City Chief fan, though.
I guess so.
But they do it in like caramel and stuff like that. Other flavors?
No.
Oh, just cheese?
Just cheese.
It's
What?
Velveeta, but it's just cheese flavor.
That's all they
Come on,
make.
give me
Well,
some chili.
I thought you were giving me a Loche. What were some of the others? You gave me a different flavor.
I gave you 2 cheese flavors.
Okay.
Yeah.
A la loche.
Yeah. Something in caramel. I
It's
would
a
be
great
into this.
stocking stuffer right there.
So
right?
you'd be into it if Maggie had caramel fingernails?
Yes.
Toenails.
Toenails, bro.
Oh, my
Toenails.
apologies, yes.
I
What
don't
was
want
I
to get
thinking?
cheesy down there.
What was I thinking?
That is
Did
trash.
Maggie pick up anything with her feet?
Me?
Hey,
good God.
That's actually a good answer. That's actually a good answer.
The trash is brought to you by.
Everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer. Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, the show being brought to you by Champies. We're down there at 4 o'clock Central Time off of 119 in Alabaster today. Great place for lunch or dinner. 67 days away from the start of the college football season. When we come back, though, we'll start a conversation a little bit about Adam Rittenberg, who, LT found a couple of facts, interesting facts about the power of college football over the next 3 years. There's one team that he thinks is obvious that's missing out of the top 25. It's next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester
right.
TV.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, we're back with you on the Next Round. Auburn baseball tonight at 6 o'clock after the 1 o'clock Texas A&M Notre Dame game. It's Arkansas and Auburn. Andy Burcham on the show earlier this hour. That is now podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. And you can see the interview on our YouTube channel. Clay Travis and Andy Staples with us earlier on the show. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the World Games, which get underway next month. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, make sure you pick up a bottle today. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, available now in 20 states as well. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
By the way, have you ever heard of the Maize Out in Michigan?
I have not.
Me either. The whiteout is very famous. Occasionally we get a blackout.
Mm-hmm.
They have a Maize Out in Michigan, and apparently they've done this before, but this year's Maize Out is October 15th against Penn State. You will return the favor of their whiteout usually when you go there. The whiteout game is disappointing for me this year. Last year was Auburn, remember?
It was Auburn, yes.
It was a great atmosphere. Oftentimes it's Ohio State or Michigan when they're there. The whiteout game this year, Minnesota, October 22nd, right after the Maize Out game.
They must have a crap home schedule this year.
Yeah,
if
I think
they're
that's
going
what
Minnesota.
it is. I think Minnesota's going to be pretty good this year, but that's
not worth the whiteout. No. Now, you were reading Adam Rittenberg today behind the wall at ESPN.com, And he was talking about the next 3 years of power rankings in college football. And you had a couple of observations that stuck out for you.
Well, I think this is kind of interesting. So he did point out the fact that last year he had Alabama at number 1, Georgia at number 5, didn't even have Michigan ranked. So, and Michigan made a college football playoff run. Your top of the pecking order, obvious, Alabama 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3. Does have A&M at 4, Clemson at 5, Notre Dame 6, Oklahoma 7, Michigan 8. I'm just going to do the top 10.
Basically the last decade of college football. Right
number 9, he's got USC, so the expectation continues. Number 10, LSU. And I think there is an expectation with Brian Kelly.
Well, Brian Kelly just yesterday, I believe, or maybe it was 2 days ago, got a 2024 commitment from a 4-star safety, I believe, out of Texas, Maurice Williams.
The grind on him.
So if you start thinking about Brian Kelly now settling in, signing 4- and 5-star recruits in 2024 and this upcoming year, looks like he's going to be able to recruit pretty well at LSU.
11 is Miami, number 12, Cincinnati. So he believes they've got staying power. I'm going to jump around now. Number 18, Michigan State. Are you guys buying that Mel Tucker holds on here?
No, I am not. Who was I talking to the other day? It was somebody in the college football world that brought that contract back up and is like, I cannot believe they've bought this bill of goods.
We discussed it on the show, and then we brought up the fact that he actually is doing a pretty good job of recruiting.
Yeah.
It surprised me that they were having that kind of success of recruiting. He's got a handful of big recruits coming in for 2023. Apparently, he's keeping the talent coming to East Lansing, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, surprising to me, too. Number 22 on the list is Florida. So basically, Florida's going to average being the 22nd ranked team over the next 3 years. If you're a Florida fan, is that good enough for you?
No, it is not. It probably gets Billy Napier fired, in fact.
And I don't buy that either.
Yeah, I think they'll be better than that.
Yeah.
They should be.
They should be.
Number 25 is Kentucky. If I'm a Kentucky fan, I know I'm going to be in the top 25 for 3 consecutive years.
I think I'll take it. Yeah. I think I would take that.
You did not name
Auburn, Ole Miss,
Ole Miss,
Tennessee.
I mean, Tennessee looks like they've turned a corner. Ole Miss coming off a 10-win season. How long is Lane Kiffin going to be there?
I will tell you this: if I'm any of those fan bases, if this holds true, which again, who knows? Beyond disappointed.
Look, I mean, if for Ole Miss, if this year they have offensive production anywhere close to what they had last year, whether it's Luke Altmaier or Jackson Dart, I think what I already kind of believe, I think people will absolutely believe, is that Lane Kiffin can get the most out of any quarterback he coaches. So it's going to be one of those schools. Ole Miss is going to be close to being one of those schools like Alabama is, like Clemson was, like Oklahoma has been, like Ohio State is. You're always got quarterback right. You start with good quarterback, and it's always going to be there. If he can get this right with Altmaier and Dart, I think people are going to start to believe that way about Lane Kiffin. And if that is true, then they are a top 25 program moving forward.
By the way, right now for this upcoming signing period, Mel Tucker at Michigan State has 8 4-star commitments already. And I know 4 stars are the expectation of an SEC school. Like, you don't even move the needle on 3-star guys anymore. It's got to be 4 stars or 5 stars for it really to resonate with most SEC fans. But at East Lansing, to me, and you've got 8 4-stars already, Mel Tucker can recruit. Superior Thruster says if Brian Harsin ever gets fired, he wants Mel Tucker at Auburn.
I mean,
I think that guy does coach in the SEC again, though it's hard to imagine, him making $9.5 million a year there, what you'd have to pay to get him here.
Again, I'll make the point about Mel Tucker when we talked about this last week. Kirby Smart and Nick Saban trusted him. So that speaks a lot to me that both those guys wanted him on their coaching staff. At the same time, in fact, both those guys wanted him on their coaching staff. So that shows you the type of recruiter he is. So the whole recruiting thing, even though it might be harder to do at East Lansing, shouldn't entirely surprise you based on both those guys wanting him. So you know he can recruit.
A couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions going out for you in Next Round Live, brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, since day one, our friends at Cowan, they've been hanging with us here on the Next Round. And if you're looking for that hard-to-find piece of new equipment, you need to check with our friends at Cowan Equipment. Go to Cowan.com. Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list. They've got a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
By the way, 87% of the people that voted said they do not believe the Boomer Sooner would cut off your foot if it ran you over.
Yeah, we had, I think, a medical professional who watches or listens to our show on Twitter said he thinks it would break every bone in your foot, but not you wouldn't lose the foot.
That I could believe, yes.
Well, again, it would never be the same.
Probably not.
You questioning how good of a surgeon that guy is?
I'm just saying.
He'll Humpty Dumpty that thing and put it back together. When we come back, final hour, we've got 4 downs. We've got Rockstar's viewing menu. And Connor O'Gara takes a realistic look at Jimbo Fisher's contract. It's in our top reads today. But when we come back, if Texas A&M doesn't live up to expectations, it is mind-boggling what they would have to pay Jimbo Fisher to get rid of him. It's next right here on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery 5th hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year. WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk, if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, we'll get to Rockstar's viewing menu coming up in the back half of this segment. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford behind the big glass. We're right here, thanks to our friends at Alfa Romeo Birmingham today, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next as well. It's been a fun show. We've talked to Clay Travis, Andy Staples, and Andy Burcham from out at the College World Series. And we'll talk a little bit more of Auburn baseball, getting ready for another big game tonight, the elimination game against Arkansas, after LT tells us about precision, which brings you the headlines these hours.
From pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine, and Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and out the field. Make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
So Cole Foster had the big hit for Auburn, cleared the bases. That sparked a victory over Stanford 6-2, sent Stanford packing. As Andy said earlier, I had not really paid that much of attention to it. I know the teams they had eliminated, but he pointed out, I thought it was pretty funny, that they eliminated the top 3 teams in the Pac-12. Auburn, with its own sword, cutting the Pac-12 at the knees right there.
I mean, from our point of view, that seems like that's got to hurt the Pac-12 a lot worse. I don't know that they care enough, but
that's their sport, though. Really, it has become. Yep. Baseball has become their sport. Basketball is falling off. Obviously, football is. Yeah.
But for an SEC team to wipe them all out, that feels like it's got to hurt more.
So that guarantees an SEC team in the championship for the 13th time in the last 14 years. Auburn and Arkansas go at 6 o'clock tonight. Auburn battling from the losers bracket after losing to Ole Miss on the opening night. And Butch Thompson talked about a conversation that he had with a couple of guys who had lost early in tournaments before, including former South Carolina coach Ray Tanner.
I'm sitting in my hotel last night, and I'm like, all right, y'all telling me only 4 teams out of the last 40 years have lost that first game and won a national championship. Who is it? And then I looked, and I was like, okay, well, Pat Casey did it in 6 and 18, and Tanner did it in 10. How about I call them tonight, since I'm sitting here? And both of those men got back, and they both gave me paragraphs of taking me through the journey with their team. And I'm like, like I say, man, the man or woman of the team that will never quit, they got a chance. And I just want us to fight, and I want us to attack. And that's all you can ask for. The score will take care of itself. But those men, it was like they were excited to hear from me. And they're like, yeah, this is what we did. This is what we talked about. This became our focus. And I'm just hunting for every inch we can for our program.
I just don't think the Ole Miss team we've seen in the first 2 games, there's not a team in Omaha that can beat them twice. Now, can they continue that level of play? I don't know. But the first 2 games they've played, nobody out there can beat them twice.
But they've had some inconsistencies.
That's right, and that's what you hope for.
And we were saying this about Tennessee just over a week ago. You know who Butch reminds me of?
Who?
The guy we had on Mountain Dew, the bone crusher.
Oh, the bone collector?
Yeah, the bone collector.
What's that old guy's name? He was a good interview, too. I really like that guy.
That's who Butch reminds me of.
I'd have to go back and look at him.
Speaking of Ole Miss, now remember, they were the last team to get into the tournament. They almost didn't even make the NCAA tournament. Now they're being called unbeatable out in Omaha, so you're worrying about that, maybe that switch coming back. Their coach, Mike Bianco, who was on his way to being fired, with my hairstyle, sitting there telling them now why they are the hottest team in Omaha.
It's been a neat run. You've seen so many,
teams over the years, get on this. And it's, I think Hunter said, getting hot's real. It's not just some facetious, it's confidence, kids playing well. And so when they're doing that, I think sometimes, the best thing you can do as a coach is let them go. And, we've tried to do that, and sometimes that's hard, right? That's, it's not what we do often. So, but sometimes the best thing you can do is just get out of their way.
Just get out of the way and let them play. Tonight it is Arkansas and Auburn at 6. It's on ESPN2 or the Auburn Radio Network. Texas A&M and Notre Dame play the first game at 1 o'clock, elimination game, and then those winners have to go beat the teams that are unbeaten twice to get to the championship series.
Just so I'm heard clearly, all I said was the Ole Miss team that has played in the last 2 games is unbeatable twice. Like Lance said, that team has been nothing but inconsistent this year. They were number 1 in the nation at one point, and as you just pointed out, barely made the NCAA tournament. So if you're expecting consistency out of Ole Miss, you have not paid attention this year. But, boy, these first 2 games, they've been amazing.
Louisville signs one of the top running backs for the 2023 class in Reuben Owens II out of Texas. That gives them one of the top receivers and running backs in the upcoming class. Brooks Koepka makes the announcement he is leaving the PGA Tour for the Live Tour. No surprise there.
So does Abraham Answer just now, by the way.
Abraham Answer has done that as well today as well. And the Lightning beat the Avs last night 6-2. Game 4 coming up Wednesday night in that. All right, back to a little college football before we get the viewing menu. Connor O'Gara, who writes a lot of great stuff at Saturday Down South, joins us often. Just broke down a little bit of the Jimbo Fisher contract. When do you think Jimbo gets fired? Give me the year. Is it 2022, 23, 24? When do you think it is?
I don't think it's this year because I still think they've got enough talent to win 9, maybe 10 games. And then A&M fans are going to say, okay, now that recruiting class needs to be a big factor. So I will say Jimbo is fired in 2024.
After the 2024 season? Or after the 2023?
So that gives him this season,
January of
next
24.
season.
I get 2 more seasons.
Okay, so after the 2023 season. According to the sliding scale of the contract from Connor O'Gara, that would only cost Texas A&M boosters $76,800,000.
Oh, they're the idiots that signed it.
Maybe not then. I don't know. I mean, they've got the money, but the question then is, who are you going to get? Is there a guy out there that you think can take you to the next level?
Just some numbers for you. With Jimbo Fisher's contract from Connor O'Gara, it would be 2026 before you could fire him for anything less than $50 million buyout. In 2026, it's $48.750 million.
Jimmy Sexton remains undefeated.
That's unbelievable.
But for that kind of money, when should I, as a Texas A&M fan, expect to at least be in Atlanta?
Already now.
I agree with you completely.
2028 is when you finally get into the Gene Chizik, Gus Malzahn-like buyouts that people wring their hands about. And even after the 2028 season, it's $29,550,000 still that you would owe Jimbo Fisher.
I mean, again, at what point do I expect, if I'm an A&M fan, that this has not worked? This has not worked, Jim. Give me the date where if I haven't at least made Atlanta, give me the year where as an A&M fan I could say that we have invested a lot in this and it hasn't worked. Are we there?
It's whatever you want it to be. I'm just saying the price of doing business.
I know. You be an A&M fan and you tell me where it is. Are you there yet if you're an A&M fan?
I don't know. I mean, we beat Alabama last year, and then we lost to a bunch of teams we shouldn't lose to. That bothers me more than not being in Atlanta.
But that's how you get to Atlanta. Is you beat Alabama, and then you beat those other teams. So obviously you couldn't do it last year. But the way I'm paying, I should have done it by now.
Yeah, look, I as an A&M fan, I'm fine with 2020. You know, we had one loss. We were knocking at the door.
Yeah,
but
it was a weird year.
We're supposed to get better. And if you would have told me coming off of 2020 that, hey, we beat Alabama.
That's right.
You fully expect to be in Atlanta.
In fact, to your point, Jim, I could absorb a loss and I'm still in Atlanta. But that wasn't good enough for Jimbo Fisher. He had to go find that one and 3 more. So, I mean, I don't understand. If I'm an A&M fan, to Lance's point, I'm already to the place where I'm underwhelmed by what this guy has done.
If you wanted to make a move on Jimbo Fisher last year, it would have cost you $95 million.
Yeah.
If you wanted to fire Dabo Swinney last year, it would have cost you $47 million. He's the second closest.
Yes, it's incredible.
Double. Nick Saban, if you wanted to fire Nick Saban, if Greg Byrne fell off his bike without a helmet on and hit his head.
He pulled a Joe Biden.
Biden was at least wearing a helmet.
Nick Saban, it would have been $38.4 million to fire him.
Yeah.
Jimbo
You think
Fisher
Byrne would
was
get out alive?
$95.5 million.
I mean, maybe I'll look at it differently than everyone else, but to me, this is buying the best car I could possibly buy. If you bought, what's the best car I could possibly buy? I don't even know.
Ford Focus, probably?
A Ford Focus.
I don't know, McLaren.
A McLaren, okay. If I bought a McLaren, how often do you anticipate I should how often should I anticipate having that McLaren in the garage?
Does it come with a tasty IPA?
I don't know. Let's see what you did there. But if I bought a McLaren, I better never have to have that thing in the garage because it broke down.
Yeah,
I need to have my oil changed, my tires changed, and rotated, and that's it. That thing better never be in for maintenance.
Probably cost you $15,000 to get service.
Yeah,
maybe more.
Well, okay, but I've got that kind of money. But this is Texas A&M. They have spent this kind of money on football. And you know what? I'm always in the shop. I don't have my car to drive all the time. I paid all that money.
Connor goes on to point out the two best decades in Texas A&M history, just so you're gauging what Jimbo is doing or can do compared to what has been done at that school ever. What is considered to be the second best decade of all time is the 1950s, where they had 3 AP top 25 finishes and 2 top 10 finishes, 1 in the top 5, number 5 in 1956. The best decade in Texas A&M football history is said to be the 90s, where they had 9 finishes in the top 25, only 3 in the top 10, none in the top 5, and they finished number 7 in 1992. That's their best decade ever. So you guys are really asking Jimbo Fisher to do something at that place that has never been done.
But that's what I'm paying him to do.
Well, money doesn't buy you happiness. It doesn't buy you everything. And that's what we're seeing in Texas A&M.
But my point is, if I am paying that kind of money, it's like the McLaren. I better never have it in the shop if I'm paying that kind of money for it. If I'm paying that kind of money to Jimbo Fisher, I am paying him to be the best decade in Texas A&M football history. And if it's not, I need to fire the guy.
And money does buy some happiness. Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't think those histories have been much different in Alabama and Georgia than Texas A&M's history. If it was just easy enough to go spend the most money, then that would be the quickest path to winning a championship. And that's not – it doesn't work. We've seen that over different programs.
Let me ask you, if you're one of those guys on that board that's got a ton of money, that is not afraid of that buyout, and Jimbo has another 4-loss season, another Gus Malzahn, is it worth saying, if you had a conversation and Urban Meyer said, I will take this job, even with Urban Meyer's baggage, and I think more came out today or last night, would you do it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a kind of person that's got $100 million I can throw away.
No, but I'm saying if you did.
Yeah, pretend you do.
I can't pretend like that. I don't know. I mean, $90 million? I guess Elon Musk could do that, and it does, in fact, impact his world. Could Mark Cuban, the great Mark Cuban, who owns the Mavericks, could he pay $100 million and they're not?
He's a billionaire. I mean, maybe it would hurt, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you have a collective group of those guys and you get together and you figure out, hey, he lost 4 games again this year.
I would do it in a heartbeat to answer your question. If I were a Texas oil man and a big A&M fan, and I got 2 buddies that got my kind of money, and I knew Urban Meyer would take my job tomorrow, I would fire Jimbo Fisher today.
Too.
To answer your question,
Yeah,
yes.
I would too.
I'll play the pretend game, yes.
Oh, I missed the Urban Meyer. Was there anything that I missed that came out last night?
No, there was something about the toxic environment. Again, The Athletic released another
That was
article.
the Jags.
Yeah, it was Jags.
Yeah.
But I do separate that. I mean, I can justify it myself. I'm an A&M guy. He did it at Florida twice.
That's right. Ohio State.
Did it at Ohio State.
Yep. I've seen him in the college game. I'm not hiring professional Coach Urban Meyer. I'm hiring college Coach Urban Meyer.
Really, really, really good read there from Connor Aguirre Saturday Down South. Time now for the viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstars watching other than Auburn baseball tonight at 6 on ESPN2. Brought to you by New Life.
Yes, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or danielmooreart.com. Remember, they've got an NIL deal with Bryce Young right now. They've got that commemorative painting right now that you can have signed by Bryce Young. Limited edition. Supplies going fast, so go to danielmooreart.com.
At 9 p.m. on Vice, they have this new show called The Dark Side of the 90s, and tonight's feature is a new episode called MTV's The Real World. I've probably seen 4 episodes of Real World combined.
That's a show I never really watched, honestly. There was a guy on there named Puck.
Yep.
Yeah,
I remember when he was on there and I got pulled in. Something he did or said or something was a big deal, but I never really watched that
Well,
show
it's interesting how they describe this. MTV's The Real World is television with something to say with soap opera twist. However, when MTV gets rich from reality TV, they trade in realness for fart jokes and hot tubs. Is that so bad?
Fart jokes.
And hot tubs.
I have watched probably more than you. I didn't watch a ton of it, but I mean, it was groundbreaking back in the day.
Yeah.
It really was.
The first couple were, the first one was really big. Was that the one with the Kentucky guy who was a virgin?
I think it was in, I don't know, but it was in New York.
Didn't he end up being your music minister at your
He
church?
came to our church.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the first one in New York had the Julie
John
chick
Brent.
that went to Shades Valley.
Yeah. And then tonight on Paramount Plus, we got a new show. Lance, you would love this. Would teenage Lance like this? Hip Hop My House. Together, the hosts spin one lucky superfan's crib into a larger-than-life tribute to rap icons past and present.
Sure.
Hip Hop My House.
Sure.
Leighton gave me back my death row shirt, by the way, from the train ride.
Wow, that's
From the
good.
train ride? Glad to have LT back from the train. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight. When we come back, we'll do a little 4 downs, also continue the conversation with what's going on in college football. All the betting odds, a little surprising. Good news for UAB, though. Betting favorite to win Conference USA this year. Same odds as UTSA, plus 200. Then there's a big gap to Western Kentucky and everybody else. There's only 2 teams with minus by their names for conference championships. You probably can guess who they are. We'll talk about that in this hour as well, right here on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo, just south of where we sit here today, just outside of Birmingham. Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to look at for school. If you're a rising senior, you can schedule an in-person tour right now at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and also 75 majors and new buildings going up every day. Check out Montevallo at montevallo.edu.
We've got a special guest in studio, Dr. Nicole Massey. She is from the UCA Women's Center, and we're here to talk about women's health a little bit. We appreciate you coming in.
Well, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
First thing I would ask you, incontinence. What exactly is that, and how do you guys treat that?
So incontinence is the leakage of urine, not when you want it. So it can be stress incontinence, leakage when you play sports or jump or laugh or cough and sneeze, or it can be just kind of happen for no reason. So there's different ways to treat it, and it depends on the type of incontinence. So we always start off very conservatively, and then we kind of advance to other treatments, be it medication or surgeries, but we have a full array of different sort of treatment options.
What are some of the surgical options? Some I think I may have heard about over the years. I think we're talking about the same thing. What are some of the options?
So, for example, if a woman comes in, and it doesn't really matter what age, because incontinence can affect women of all ages. So if she comes in and is complaining of leakage when she coughs or laughs, the first thing we can do is obviously we discuss it. But there's an operation called a sling. It's a minimally invasive procedure that takes about 45 minutes to do. They go home the same day. So that's something that's really effective for stress urinary incontinence. But there's also another procedure that involves bulking agents where we can inject in the urethra, and that takes 10 minutes to do under a very light sedative. And you see, with both procedures, you can see results immediately. And we just tailor it to what's going on in the person's life and what type of incontinence they have. If they have urge incontinence, which is more a sudden leakage without any knowledge, or it can happen without any provocation, we can do nerve stimulators, or we can do Botox injections in the bladder. So, like I said, there's so many different options to tailor to the type of problem you're having.
Before I ask this, I know a non-serious surgery is a surgery I'm not having, right? That's the definition of a surgery that's not too serious. But do you find that a lot of women think they just have to live with this and don't realize that there are relatively simple solutions like you're talking about?
Yeah, I think a lot of women feel that there's nothing that can be done. And a lot of people think it's a sign of aging or just this happens. But I truly think nowadays women are very proactive about their health, and lots of people, lots of women are reading about things and wanting things done, and they're out working, they're playing sports, they're doing so many things, and they know that this is not part of normal.
All right.
Dr. Nicole Massey from the UCA Women's Center is with us. For more information, to schedule an appointment, 205-930-0920, or visit ucawomencenter.com. Are there lifestyle modifications, maybe non-surgical options available?
Yeah, sure. So when I see a patient or my partner see patients, we always ask about what's going on in their lives. What are they drinking, types of beverages, what type of activities, sleep patterns. I think there's three females that run the Women's Center, and I think we're all big proponents of pelvic floor exercises, diet modification, behavior modification. So we always start there because I think little changes like that can make a big difference.
Do you find like I know my wife likes going to women specific facilities, right, where it's not mixed with other offices and stuff. Having a women's center for women for patients, have you seen that be something that the patients have really enjoyed?
Yeah, I think I've heard that so often from women that they love coming to our women's center rather than to our main office. I think they feel very comfortable there. It's kind of a very chill vibe. It's very relaxed. I know they're coming to see a physician or a nurse practitioner, but it's that role is just so downplayed. The nurses are very accommodating. They can ask questions. They can hang out and talk to us for a little bit. So I think women really appreciate that.
What are the waits like right now? Like if someone is hearing this and like, this is me, I got to have this seen about, what do I anticipate here?
I don't think the wait is long. I know it's so difficult sometimes to see physicians, but we have nurse practitioners. Even if they can't come to the Women's Center immediately, we have other nurse practitioners and physicians that can do the basic evaluation, and we get them in quickly. Oftentimes, if I find out that the wait is long, I'll ask my secretary to, move them up.
That's right. Yeah, I like that.
And one more. We had a friend. She had kidney stones not long ago. You guys can handle that too. That's very common, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're urogynecologists, but I'm also a urologist, so my basic training is in urology. So kidney stones and other urological issues we're well adept to handle.
See, I just thought kidney stones was an old man disease.
No.
I didn't know. I've never met a woman that had kidney stones.
We had a common friend just a couple of weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You need to reach out to your friends.
You need to read your emails.
I'm a horrible friend.
We got inside jokes here. Dr. Nicole Massey, thanks so much. Again, with the UCA Women's Center. Again, if you're dealing with anything, make the call, make the appointment today. The waits aren't long. 205-930-0920 or ucawomencenter.com. Really appreciate having you.
Thank you so much.
Do you say go Wahoos? Is that what you say? What's the Virginia?
Wahoo Wah, right?
Wahoo Wah.
Yeah, an entire Virginia family. Do you know who Brennan Armstrong is?
I do.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
But I will tell you, my boys, they go to the Virginia games and they wear their Alabama stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's Virginia. They don't care.
Yes, I like that. All right. When we come back, we'll knock out 4 downs right here on The Next Round. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
LT's got our four downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. If you're getting on the road this summer, you need to make sure everything is checked out bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, you can always go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
More receiving yards this year. Tyreek Hill or Kansas City's top wide receiver?
I'll go Tyreek Hill. And I hope I'm right.
Have you heard Tyreek Hill's comments, though?
He's had a lot of them.
A lot of them. Every time he gets a microphone.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
I wish you'd just shut up and play ball.
We exactly said that last week while you were traveling. I said, I don't see what his end game is. Why would you poke the cage? You got so much from Patrick Mahomes. The reason you have this contract is because
a ring
of your relationship, a ring. I don't understand what's the end game. And you know what? It is only putting more pressure on Tua Tagovailoa.
It really is.
No, I mean, it's what we talked about the other day. Just shut up and play. It doesn't matter what happened in Kansas City. That's rearview mirror stuff. As Brooks Koepka said last week when he was asked about playing in the Live tournament, he goes, "That's rearview mirror stuff, man. You can't drive looking to the rearview mirror." Of course, now he's part of the Live, but still, it makes sense.
I still think I'll go KC's top receiver here.
Real quick before you hit second down. Look at Matt Fitzpatrick, what he looks like off the golf course in the little box.
That's
on
like
TV3.
Elon Musk right there, right?
I mean, honest to goodness, if he walked in up here right now, we'd have said, "Hey, are you the new intern?
Do you want a T-shirt?"
Yeah.
I would. I've said many times one of the great livings in golf is being a solid one of the great livings in life is being a solid PGA Tour player.
Yeah, because the anonymity.
Matt Fitzpatrick. I don't know how he just won $2.5 million this past weekend. He could walk through the Birmingham airport and not one person would stop him.
Not one person.
First down.
Second down. Okay, ultimately better career, Zion Williamson or Jabari Smith?
Jabari Smith, the Vegas favorite to be the number 1 overall pick.
Sorry, draft's Thursday night.
I think he's minus 130.
Yeah, Orlando's still saying there's 3 options on the table.
Everybody else is plus, and he's the only minus.
It'll be a fun, exciting team in Orlando. I will take Jabari. I don't know about work ethic with Zion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Zion.
He got a little heavy, didn't he?
Yeah, got a little heavy. They talk about this injury. Don't want to rush him back. He's out there dunking. He looks like, he's healthy.
So to speak.
You just wonder. He's gotten paid, and he's got this huge endorsement deal. I'll agree with you guys. I'll go Jabari.
Yeah.
Third down.
What happens first? Auburn loses a football game or Brittany Griner gets released?
Hey, one of our listeners, we talked about this several hours ago.
Yeah, with Clay.
Kenny, I was a Marine veteran. One of my platoon mates got arrested in Venice, Italy, drunk and fighting police. He met a girl from Chicago that got caught with hash. She was there 8 years and hadn't been to trial yet. That's in Italy, man.
Italy.
You don't think of Italy as.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But those locked up abroad, man.
Yeah,
Don't do drugs abroad.
That is scary.
I'll go Brittany gets out. Not a joking matter, obviously, but I'll take Brittany getting out.
I hope so. I hope it's Brittany getting out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, but she's become a political pawn, so I might go Auburn because of that.
Fourth down.
Chris Pratt, 43 today. Better career ultimately, Chris Pratt or Cooper Kupp?
Chris Pratt.
Well, I mean, my favorite Chris Pratt character was
Parks and Rec?
Yeah, it was Parks and Rec. It was Andy.
I've never seen Parks and Rec.
Oh, you would enjoy it. You would enjoy it. First year, slow getting into it, but once the characters develop, it's very Office-like. I love that character. He's really
Well, he's got that. He's got Guardians of the Galaxy, so he's one of the Avengers. He's got
Passengers with what's her name? That failed miserably. You got Jurassic Park.
I mean, he's done a lot of stuff.
Surely Jurassic Park's at the end of the road, though, so that check will stop coming.
Yeah, he's not a Super Bowl champion, though.
You did
He
not
didn't play for the Rams.
You did not like the remake of The Magnificent Seven, but I love the part he played in it. I like that.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, I think he's got good charisma. I think he's got a long career in front of him. Yep. I probably actually would go Pratt as much as I like Cooper Kupp.
I like his attitude. At least it seems like he
seems like a fun guy.
Fun guy, yeah.
Bobby, Robert says Chris Pratt already has the better career.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's a BBC show, or maybe it's Radio 1, but it's somewhere in London, and I'll come across it on YouTube. But he has the funniest one of those too. When they go whatever show it's on in London, promoting their film, they put them face to face. And they have to tell each other jokes, their co-stars. And the first one that laughs loses.
It's so good.
And his is good. I forget the female role.
It was Jennifer Lawrence, I think.
Was it?
It's for Passengers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was hilarious. I can't remember what it was, but it was something about her making love with someone. I forget what it was. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I was
That
like,
was good.
Whoa, he burned her. That is 4 downs.
Yeah, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Funny dude. All right, betting odds are out in Vegas for all the conference championships. These change all the time, so you'll see these stories. But I found a couple of things interesting. I told you UAB is the betting favorite with the Roadrunners of UTSA to win Conference USA, and then there's a big gap, so you're there. The SEC you see often, but Alabama minus 130, and then Georgia's next at plus 150, so opposite of minus and plus. Texas A&M is third at plus 2,100. So
Yeah.
Vegas tells you it's a 2-horse race.
Yeah, it does. And that's one of those situations where, Brown, you've brought up Georgia's schedule. It looks like, at least on paper, it's going to be difficult for them to lose a regular season game. You've got a one-game situation maybe against Alabama. Plus 150 seems like maybe a little bit of value.
Yeah, I mean, we read through that schedule a couple months ago, Dunaway, and you laughed at it. At the Georgia schedule.
Yeah, I mean, book them in Atlanta. The Big Ten, even a bigger favorite, Ohio State's minus 210. Their second team is Michigan at plus 850.
Yeah.
So
it's Ohio State and everybody else.
Lock that one in for Ohio State. A little bit more interesting, the ACC, Clemson is back there, but plus 140, not even a minus number. Who do you think is second?
I think they're going to go Miami.
I was going to say Miami.
It should be NC State, but they'll go Miami.
Well, how much of that is media-driven, popularity-driven, and how much of that is real X's and O's, do you think?
Well, I think it's a combination. I think Miami still does have a brand. I think they've got what is viewed now as a potential elite quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke, and I think the Cristobal hire helps a lot.
I think there's more belief in coach than there was with Diaz and quarterback.
Miami's plus 475.
Okay, but it should be NC State.
Yeah, Pitt is third at 730. Wow. NC State is fourth at 825.
Well, that sounds like there's your value, Lance.
Yeah.
I guess the problem is NC State, again, is in the division with Clemson.
Yeah.
The Big 12 is Oklahoma and Texas. Is plus 225, plus 260 for Texas. Baylor plus 500. Oklahoma State plus 770. That may be your best value on the board.
Well, again, Oklahoma State's defense was dominant. Knowles is no longer going to be there, so I wonder how much that factors into it. Really interesting how tight Texas and Oklahoma are, though. I can't even remember the last time. Oklahoma has been a clear-cut favorite in this conference for a long time.
A wild race in the Pac-12 is
sure.
expected, a 3-team race. USC and Utah now betting ties at plus 232 to win the championship, and Oregon not far behind at plus 315. Big gap before you get to UCLA fourth at plus 900. So those 3 teams virtually tied there in the Pac-12. Betting odds there in Las Vegas if you want to check those live odds out wherever you get your odds from. That's our Michelson look ahead to the college football season. 67 days away from week 0, and we're just less than a month away now from being in Atlanta for SEC Media Days.
You know, I wore contacts for years, almost a decade. I wasted money on the contacts and solution. Finally went to see Dr. Mark Michelson years ago, got screened out, finally got the procedure done. Took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. One of the best decisions I ever made was going to see Dr. Mark Michelson. Dr. Jen Michelson's there. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
We've got a lock coming up in the final segment, and a couple of other things, including something on my sheet called pan slapping.
Heck yeah.
That LT will explain to us. All that in the final segment. It's all straight ahead on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Lance Taylor has lost the bracket bet, so Jim Dunaway, Rockstar, and I have chosen to send him to Salina, Kansas, the absolute middle of nowhere. LT now has to use a car, a bus, and a train to get back home, and you can follow his journey right here on The Next Round and on all of our social media. LT's journey back from Salina, Kansas is presented by Bud Light Next, Hemp Hill Services, and Vulcan Tire and Automotive. See how LT makes it back home from the middle of nowhere here on The Next Round.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
What do you think the calorie count on that was?
Oh, I would say that is about 1,200 per, about 3,600 calories.
1,200 per?
Yeah,
dog?
I want you to share this on the show because you've told me off the air, now Lance off the air, you created a culinary item I've never heard of.
Well, I don't think it's
I've never heard of it.
No, there's a downtown joint that puts pimento on the dog, which I like.
But does it do it with everything Dunaway put on it?
No.
Yeah.
It does it with some others that you should have put on it.
Yeah,
But
I go by Hamburger Heaven a lot to get their hot dogs. I mean, I
Okay.
like their club sandwiches, their burgers, their shakes, but I get their hot dogs. But Saturday night, I was going to invent my own, so I went by a place that I won't name that doesn't sponsor with us and got some pimento cheese from them. and I grilled the hot dogs, and so I threw the pimento cheese on the bun, getting ready to watch my hockey team
Okay, so
play a little hockey.
as you do this, I'm going to calorie count. I'm going to estimate the
Okay,
pimento
bun.
cheese. Okay, the bun's about 200 calories.
Okay, 200 calories on the bun. Threw the pimento cheese down there.
That's going to be about another 200 calories.
It was hefty enough to make a nice little bed. You throw a weenie in there, right?
Yeah, get that weenie. Got a big, thick
calling
one.
it a weenie is the least comfortable part of this.
Yeah.
Would you
Big
call it
W.
anything else, please? Just call it a hot dog.
Throw my wiener in there.
Call it a hot dog.
I'll go.
It's a hot
I'll go
dog.
250 on that.
Okay, then you threw the. I had some chili. I put chili with beans, so I didn't have just meat. It was some chili with beans.
I'll go another 250.
So that's the thing. Chili on one side, pimento cheese on the other is the most fascinating part about this.
Oh, that's what made it tasty.
I know.
Then sauerkraut, and then ketchup and mustard on top.
Did you unhinge your jaw to eat it?
Didn't have any onions. I ate 3 of those, Rex.
Yeah, the calories.
Good
Yeah,
God.
you're looking at about 1,200 calories a dog.
And then not only did I eat 3 of those, the third one made me feel a little bad, and then my team lost 7-0.
Yeah, the
in
worst
hockey.
part.
You got to wash it down with ice cream.
So
Like Vasilevsky could not have moved slower if he had had those 3 hot dogs.
what I like about it is you got the cold in the pimento cheese, and you got the hot in the chili, and your weenie.
So good.
Your
and my weenie was right between them.
Yes.
Yeah, you just needed a little jalapeno on there.
that's interesting.
I didn't have any onion either. That would have been good.
I'll
Jalapeno would have been
pass
good.
on the onion.
And it almost gets to the point you've got so much on that dog, you've got to use fork and knife. Back to my story at Kansas City with the mayor sandwich.
Yeah, does not hurt. Fork
I don't
and knife
mind
doesn't bother
using.
me.
You guys mind using a fork and knife with a sandwich?
Not at all. Not at all. If it's good.
It just depends on what's causing me to use the fork and knife. I'm really big on the bread to meat ratio, and a lot of times you have to use fork and knife because people have just way gotten the bread to meat ratio out of whack.
Can I tell you what the pimento cheese did?
Yeah.
It helped keep
Everything
the chili and the
together?
kraut together. It was
Yeah.
almost like
An
caulk.
adhesive.
Yeah, an adhesive.
Yeah.
Caulk for the wiener.
I'll tell you. So I went to a national joint to pick up a couple of sandwiches last night, and they've got what they call the little ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I almost enjoy getting multiple little ones than having the big one to deal with. Does that make sense?
Little
It's
D's
been
are better.
Rockstar's philosophy for years.
Take what you can get. Quantity over quality, right?
Hey, Lock of the Day is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam and Chad will take care of you, whether it's cooling, heating, or plumbing. You got a lock for us today?
No, we'll have 3, including the College World Series tonight. We split last night. We went against your Lightning. That was a mistake. When it got cut to 3-2 in the second, I thought we had a good shot there. I thought they lost a little momentum, and then things blow apart.
It was 4-2, then it was 5-2, then it was 6-2.
But the lock was actually Forrester's White Sox, and they had an 8-2 lead and almost blew that thing against the Blue Jays. I mean, the Blue Jays are one of these teams. I had the Yankees on Sunday against them. The Yankees had an 8-3 lead and ended up losing that game 10-9. But we ended up splitting yesterday. 3 locks out there for you tonight at Lance'sLock.com.
For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. All right. Our mortgage right video of the day right here, okay? Set it up for us, LT. What are we going to see here?
So
It's
this
cut number
morning I
6,
saw this
cut
video.
6.
This is something, talking to Forrester, I don't know if it's in the World Games or not. If it's not, it should be. And I forgot exactly what they call it, but these guys are sitting on a bench.
It's on my sheet. It's called pan slapping.
Yeah, pan slapping.
Pan
That's exactly what it is.
slapping, all right.
So each participant's got a pan. You've got the medieval knight helmet on there, and you get to each take a lick until somebody goes down.
Okay.
Alas.
Oh my goodness! How loud is that in that helmet?
Oh!
This one's the clincher.
Is this it, Rockstar? This ends it? How loud do you think that is with that helmet?
I mean, that's a
Did you wear
concussion waiting to
headphones?
happen, right?
Oh, jeez.
You think those guys have a drooling problem at the end of their career?
My word.
Oh.
I mean, he knocks him fresh off that
You got
bench.
a kid in a car in a stroller watching this thing.
Oh, looks fine.
You want to grow up and be a pan-slapping professional?
I know we've got a lot of interesting things coming up in the World Games in the next couple of weeks, but if this was one of the events, would you not go?
Yeah, I'd go watch pan slapping. Now, they were speaking with a foreign tongue, so I don't know where we were there.
I think it was Helena.
But I don't see that one catching on here in the U.S.
Foshi asked, LT, would you wipe a steak from Dunaway if he let you to pan slap him in the head?
If we can do it on the air, yeah.
Oh my God, he would. He
only
would
one,
hang air
not
in
two.
that thing.
Only one.
Lance, he would step into it.
And, he would turn it sideways.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
go closed in. You know, notice they were going flat in, not the
did notice
closed
that.
in.
Don't know where you got to take the helmet off because I'm not 100% sure it's you under there.
Yeah. no, it'll also be like, man, Rockstar, these pans aren't as big as they used to be. These pans used to be big.
We need a skillet.
Look how thick that helmet is. He's not going to fill
Yeah,
this.
the pans used to be a lot bigger. All right, that's our video brought to you by our friends at Mortgage right there.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes. Our friends at Mortgage Right can lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their tips, time, and tools to help move you in with confidence. No money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
We've only got 3 minutes left. We'll save your weird team name thought for another day coming up very soon.
I like the origin of it, though.
I do too. Hey, Stallions are in action coming up this weekend in the playoff Saturday game, 7 o'clock against New Orleans. We mentioned the NBA draft. Brown told you that Jabari Smith's the betting favorite. 7 o'clock on ESPN Thursday night. Jabari Smith projected to go number 1 overall. Walker Kessler I see in the 29 neighborhood on the big board. So that's the end of the first round. Then some other players, Alabama guys. Keon Ellis, not until 45th. J.D. Davison, eligibility left on the table, 57th. Jaden Shackelford, 93. Those are the ones that make it in the top 100.
Yeah, J.D., again, his life, his career, I thought it was a mistake. We just didn't see enough consistency from him. He just seemed erratic out there. You can see the physical tools, but I thought another year back under Nate Oates would have helped him a lot.
All right, Rockstar, give me cut 5. Here's how we're going to end the show, because coming up here at the top of the hour, a special release of another edition of Last Call. This time it's Last Call with Last Chance Use, Brittany Wagner. Hit it, Rockstar.
So there were a lot of recruiters coming through.
Yeah.
You don't have to name names. Were you hit on more?
Absolutely.
Were you hit on more, or were recruiters trying to get you to revise more grades to get guys eligible?
Oh no, I was hit on way more than the
Nonstop?
grade stuff. Yeah, all the time.
Did you ever give in? I'll give you a cheers. I'll give you a cheers.
I mean, there's some cute coaches out there, you know.
Are there, though?
There are.
I think we could limit that list down, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so we
I'm
were gonna,
sweating all of a sudden.
Yeah, so, like, just give me some coaches that are, like, have good personalities that were fun to hang out with.
Oh, woo.
A name follows that, right?
Yeah.
We get a name or two.
All right.
Name or two coming up. That whole interview is released at the top of the hour. Stand by for that one. Brittany Wagner with LT and our friends at Redmond Vodka. And that'll be YouTube and a couple other platforms for you there at the top of the hour.
Everywhere you normally get us on video, you'll at least get a link or the video itself.
Yeah, we appreciate the folks at Redmond being there. It was a fun shoot with her and all the folks from over at Battle Republic when they came out and supported Brittany there. So that goes at the top of the hour today. Fun show today. We appreciate Clay Travis, Andy Staples, and Andy Burcham being with us. Burcham joined us from Omaha, where Auburn plays baseball tonight, 6 o'clock, Arkansas and Auburn. You heard Andy tell us Mason Barnett going against Will McIntyre of Arkansas. McIntyre was expected to start in the game last night against Ole Miss, and the coach made a last-minute decision not to start him. He's there to face Auburn tonight, and the winner advances on to play Ole Miss out there in Omaha. Thanks for being with us. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.